Good morning, everyone. Happy Sine Die. If I may, 1 second before we start. Thank you to Appropriations for the lovely hat. Just want to say thank you very much for the hard work, 90 days. We really did it. We worked together. We did a lot for our state, and I'm really proud of the work. I want to thank you all for allowing me to be your speaker this session, and for the support and love, the texts, the conversations, the little gifts, everything you have done for me. I could not do this on my own, and my team is truly amazing, every single one of you, and I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank ahead of time the clerk's office, the committee staff, the amendment office, DLS, Bobby, every single person, the people that clean the office, the bathrooms, to get us where we are. And we're going to have an amazing day, okay? And let's just stay positive and kind. And I have had a ball up here, and I thank you for doing that, all right? The prayer today is going to be offered by the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, before I pray, I need to say something. I'm Rick Metzger. I'm human, but I'm frail. I have problems, like everybody else, situations, but I want you to know that Rick Metzger loves each and every one of you, and I appreciate you.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
If I've offended anybody or hurt anybody, I ask you publicly for forgiveness. God bless you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you now in the final day and the closing hours of this legislative session. With humble hearts and lifted hands, Lord, we thank you. Yes, we thank you for carrying us, for sustaining us, and for guiding us every step of the way. Father, you have seen every late night, every difficult decision, every burden carried in silence. And today we pause and give you glory for it all. Lord, I ask that you pour out your blessing upon every member of this General Assembly. Bless my colleagues, oh God, and those in agreement and those in difference. Strengthen their minds, strengthen their hearts, and renew their spirits. Let unity arise above division and purpose rise above politics. Give us wisdom in the final hours, Lord. Let every vote, every word, every action be led by your truth. Remind us that you and we are here not for ourselves, but we serve the people of the great state of Maryland with integrity, compassion, and courage. Father, we thank you for every staff member, every aide, every officer, every worker behind the scenes, and for those who even type the bills, who keep the lights on, who maintain order, who suggested and supported the process. Thank you, Lord, for no act of service goes unseen in your sight. Lord, let the spirit of revival, as I've said many times, sweep through these chambers. Revive our passion for justice. Revive our commitment for righteousness. Revive our calling to serve. Let us leave this place better than we came, with our hearts aligned with your will. And when the gavel falls this evening for the final time, let your peace, let there be accomplishment, let there be a sense that we have done the work that you've called us to do. Now, Father, go with us and stand beside us and rest upon us. And as an old song says, welcome to my world. Miracles still happen now and then, so there's House bills over in the Senate, Senate bills that need to be passed. God grant it in and amen.
Amen. Amen. All right. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
I got your message. I got it. It was wonderful.
We're going to get them again every time.
I love it. I love it. Thank you. The clerk will call the roll. There being 129 members present, the House is now in session. The clerk will read the journal from the previous day,
Annapolis, Maryland, March the 29th, 2026.
recognizing the Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered, the reading of the journal.
So order petitions, memorials, and other papers. So the first report we're going to do is the report of the Committee on Economic Matters. It is report number 31 for those of you that are looking for it. The clerk will read the first bill, please.
Senate Bill 249, tobacco product licensees, additional licensure for electronic smoking devices, favorable.
So the question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed. Actually, it's order passed to third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 763, Maryland Technology Development Corporation, Maryland Growth Initiative, established, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. I do have a question for the floor leader concerning SB 763.
The floor
Yes.
leader is up already.
Yes.
Right here to your left.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
It looks like this bill is concerning TEDCO. Can you tell me what it does and how it's been revised?
Yeah, so this bill establishes the Maryland Growth Initiative in TEDCO, which is the Maryland Technology Development Corporation. Specifically, the purpose of this program and this fund is to fill the gap between early stage and the company's ability to attract private investment so that we could avoid what's called the valley of death and support their transition from labs to market to accelerate the commercialization process.
You said the value of death.
Valley of death.
What is that? What is that? I'm not sure I understand that.
Well, because Maryland is a very innovation-driven economy, many of our companies engage in R&D activities, but vast majority of the R&D activities never see the daylight because the companies cannot raise enough fund to get to the market to actually benefit humanity, right? Like biotech companies and drug developers, etc. So TEDCO's job is to help companies move beyond the proof of concept and help them accelerate the commercialization so they can actually bring the products to market. And this is a fund and a program to close the gap between early stage and the market and scaling up.
Looks like you're using $5 million of taxpayer money. Is that correct?
Yes, it is five. It's actually, I think it's 4 million now. But yes, this is a small investment in order to make sure that our companies have a shot at success. Because many of these companies already qualify for federal grants and other kinds of investment, but what they have difficulty with at early stage, which is high risk stage, is closing the deals with the private investors who oftentimes wait until late stage when the government has de-risked these companies. So the state government's job is to make sure we capitalize on our R&D assets and the capital and support these companies to get through that phase.
So you said it's the state government's job to be a venture investor. Do you really think it's the state's job to be the venture investor in private companies? Is that what you said?
I think we can agree to differ on this. As I said a couple of days ago on the floor, in order for Maryland to be competitive, we need to do two things. One is sensible business regulation. The other is strategic investments. We need to do both. We need to walk with two legs, right? And this is why we're making these strategic investments in order for the companies to have a shot at success, because vast majority of them never make it.
So I guess this is where my confusion is. You want to use the bill uses $5 million of taxpayer money to invest in biotechnology companies.
Not just biotechnology companies.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So that they can get on their feet. But then we have in the budget bill this year millions and millions of dollars that you're giving to AstraZeneca. So I'm curious, at what point are they actually able to walk on their own?
Okay, you are mixing two different scenarios. This bill
Am I?
specifically, yes.
Okay.
AstraZeneca is a specific case where a major global biopharma company that has already been very successful, that can choose to locate anywhere, chooses to expand in the state of Maryland. And Maryland is being smart by saying, yeah, we not only welcome you, but we will make it easier for you to put down your roots because of your extraordinary oversized contribution to our economy and innovation economy, right? I'm sure you understand that. Now, this particular,
I don't actually.
this
but-
particular, okay, so this particular bill actually deals with the other side of the equation, which is super early stage companies.
Can we listen? Let's listen.
Which is super early stage companies
you.
that oftentimes are at a stage where they cannot raise private capital. So by putting in $4 million or $5 million, the stakes is helping them de-risk so they can be venture ready at some point. And that is the whole mission of TEDCO.
So there are literally trillions of dollars of private capital across the United States, and that capital belongs to people. And so I guess my question for you is why is it appropriate for government to become the entity that invests rather than just people?
Because Maryland wants to be competitive, like in Massachusetts, like other states around us that have been doing very similar things. But what many of the states don't have is this deep, rich R&D asset that Maryland has. The future of Maryland's economy, where the high growth area is in innovation economy. Mm-hmm. And the future of our innovation economy depends on our ability to connect innovation with entrepreneurship. While we are rich in innovation, we are not as strong in entrepreneurship, which is what this bill would do.
And so, in other words, we would spend $5 million of taxpayer money, and let's just say AstraZeneca was one of those startups. Obviously,
AstraZeneca is no longer considered a startup.
I know that, but this is a scenario that I'm putting forward. I'm well aware that AstraZeneca isn't a startup, which is my whole point of why we're putting more money and giving it to them. But let's just say that they were, and they were one of the startups, and we give them $1 million as seed money. The $1 million would be taxpayer money, and then move forward, and then they're like, well, we're not going to really locate in Maryland. And so what you're saying then, it's still okay to give tens of millions of dollars to AstraZeneca or these other companies who the taxpayers have also invested in, and they're going to stay here. So we have to pay them to get started. We have to pay them to do R&D. We have to pay them with taxpayer money each time to expand, and then we have to pay them to stay here. I'm just asking you, at what point do the taxpayers stop paying big corporations when they have electricity rates that are so high?
Well, let me just tell you, in order to qualify for any of the state tax-funded grants and programs, these companies would have already established themselves in Maryland and went beyond proof of concept with commercial promise. And they have probably, in many cases, qualified for federal grants and have been vetted left and right. This is a very small investment in order to trigger much larger investment from the private capital.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe this is on second reader, and I'll have an opportunity to speak on this on third reader. Appreciate the time.
All
I
right.
think there's someone else who wants to speak too. I apologize.
Okay. Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Good morning.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
Doing well.
Happy Sine Die. Thank you for the
Thank
gift.
God.
That was kind.
You're welcome.
I'd like to ask the floor leader a question, if she could rise, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
You had mentioned AstraZeneca. How much is the budget? How much is being provided to AstraZeneca? I know it's not in this bill, but you.
I did not mention AstraZeneca. The gentleman mentioned AstraZeneca. This bill has nothing to do with AstraZeneca.
Yeah, you mentioned, I think, 5 million or
No, I was answering a question. I
minute.
didn't bring it up. This
On a
bill has
minute.
nothing to do with AstraZeneca.
Okay.
It is about Maryland-based R&D companies trying to scale up.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know that there's a couple of other pieces of legislation. Right now, Senate Bill 826, which is there was an angel investor tax credit that tried the same thing. I don't know how many millions of dollars taxpayers paid for that. And then there's another Maryland Community Investment Venture Fund, and then we have this fund. Are all three of those passing?
826 is still in the Senate. I don't know.
Okay, and how about the other one, which is, I don't see a bill number on that, but I guess, is this one of many programs that the state is putting taxpayer dollars into?
As far as innovation economy is concerned, TEDCO is designated as state quasi-agency to support promising tech businesses to scale up and to help commercialization from university labs and the federal labs, because these are our unique competitive advantages. And that is what TEDCO is set up to do. There are a couple of programs like that to de-risk early stage companies. Angel is a little bit later in terms of the phases of these companies.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll, I'm sure, have some more questions and perhaps an amendment on third.
Madam Speaker.
Wow, popular little bill. Let's go on to Western Maryland. How are you?
Good, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Doing all right.
Will the floor leader stand up for some
Will you do
questions?
me a favor and put the microphone closer?
I have a bad habit with that.
Thank you so
Madam
much.
Speaker.
Thank you for your flexibility. The floor leader. And let's listen, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
A couple questions on TEDCO's investments and how they're different than what I would frame as traditional economic development grants.
Yeah.
Isn't it the case that with TEDCO investments, oftentimes we take warrants and equity stakes in the company?
Oftentimes what?
Do we take warrants and equity stakes in the company? I say we,
Yeah,
but
so
the
TEDCO
fund.
Yes, TEDCO is allowed to give grants as well as being an equity investor in the company.
And I know Fearless is one of those examples that has been a massive, I think, billion-dollar-like valuation that was initial seed equity that came from TEDCO a couple years back. Do we know what the historical ROI on this has been to the fund itself? So any view on long-term excess returns from the fund that ultimately was paid back to taxpayers?
Yeah, so I don't have the exact dollar number in terms of ROI, but I can speak with confidence that every dollar we invest in our companies to de-risk them, especially those, capital-driven, intellectual property-rich kind of companies, they usually scale up exponentially. They could be the next Google, next big pharma like AstraZeneca kind of companies.
And isn't it the case that TEDCO, in order to give the grants or make the equity investments, they require the company to stay based in
Yeah.
Maryland? Thank
Absolutely, in Maryland. A majority of their workers have to be Marylanders as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
And
Speaker.
we actually just this session passed the bill to require TEDCO to make sure they divest if the companies no longer qualify. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other questions, the bill is ordered passed to third reader. Next is the Committee on Ways and Means. It is report number 45. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 479, Southern Maryland Early College Teacher Pathway Program and Program Work Group Establishment. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, good morning.
so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 strikes the establishment of the Southern Maryland Early College Teacher Pathway Program, alters the purpose and membership of the work group, reduces the mandatory appropriation in fiscal years 2028 and 2029 from $250,000 to $125,000, and sunsets the bill after 4 years. I move the committee amendments.
Thank you. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The next report is a report of the Committee on Labor, Government, Labor, and Elections. It is report number 48. The clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 35, State Designation State Natural Science Museum, the Natural History Society of Maryland. Favorable amendments. Amendment 1.
Recognizing the floor leader, the vice chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good
This
morning.
bill, as amended, designates the megalodon as the state shark. The Natural History Museum as the State Natural Sciences Museum, and commemorates October 1st as Purple Lights Night. I move these amendments.
All right. So order. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order passed to third reading. And Edith, my former chief of staff, was with me for 17 years. I know the purple light is a bill that is very personal to her as a victim of domestic violence. If you're hearing, this one is for you. Hopefully the Senate will accept it. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 618, Public Ethics, Members of the General Assembly, State and Local Government Employment Exemption. Favorable amendments. Amendment 1.
Recognizing the vice chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
The amendments replace the bill with a work group as described. I move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order passed to third reading. The next report is the report of the Committee on Judiciary. It is report number 48. The clerk will read the first bill, please.
Senate Bill 1, Public Safety, Law Enforcement Officers, Prohibition on Face Coverings. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 requires the Police Training and Standards Commission to develop a uniform policy regarding the use of identification by law enforcement officers in the course of their duties. Amendment number 3 requires a law enforcement officer to wear identification and verbally disclose identification on request while on duty and establishes penalties for violation. Please move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order passed to third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 180, Evidence, Interception of Oral Communications, Fair Housing Testing. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked to special order this. We're going to have a floor amendment and asked to special order just for a few calendars.
Okay, so the question before the House is to special order Senate Bill 180 for the purpose of an amendment. All those until the next calendar or so. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 180 has been special order until the next calendar or so. The report of the Committee on Economic Matters, report number 32. The clerk will read the bill. Please.
Senate Bill 811, Real Property, New Home Sales, Entry of Final Sale Price in Multiple Listing Service. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 limits the reporting requirement to an accessible database and delays the effective date to July 1st, 2027. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Madam Speaker.
1 second. Let me finish. Thank you. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as so its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Madam Speaker, would you be so kind to hold this to the end of the calendar? I have an amendment at the amendment office being printed as we speak.
We can.
On a Senate bill.
Okay.
I'd ask that we move this forward and it can be amended on third reader.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll share that amendment with you.
Thank you for being accommodating, okay? Recognizing the lady from Hartford County.
Thank you so much, Madam
You're
Speaker.
welcome.
Could the floor leader just talk to me for a second about this bill? Will this bill fix that problem that happened down in Harbor East where they were recording the seller credits as part of the actual
I don't believe this
sale
bill.
price?
I don't know what happened in Harbor East, and all this bill does is it requires a developer, builder, broker, or real estate agent to enter the final sale price of a new home into an accessible database. I'm not sure what happened in Harbor East or if this addresses that.
Okay, so what happened was the sellers were
Is
offering.
this on the bill? What
Yes,
happened?
yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. It's literally about entering final sale prices into the system. It's
Okay.
100% in this wheelhouse. So I just want to see if there's maybe another opportunity for another amendment to make sure that we stop people from
Well,
misentering.
let's talk in between, and we can do it on third reader.
Oh my! You are so excited to get done with this bill.
Hey,
What
it's
is
Tiny
in
Dot.
here?
We
Is there
got
something
bills to move,
important I'm
y'all. We got
missing?
bills to move. It's Tiny Dot.
I know it is. I'm so excited. I can't wait to leave. Okay, I may also order an amendment, so I'm glad it's been special ordered. Thank you so much.
Actually, it hasn't been special order. You can amend it on third reader.
Because it's a Senate bill. So
Madam Speaker.
we can do it. Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question for the floor leader.
Question for the
Yes,
floor
sir.
leader.
So this bill forces new construction into entering the price onto a multi-listing service. For what purpose?
Just to give the sale price so that we can have it in the system so that appraisals can be done properly moving forward.
So I hate to state the obvious, but doesn't SDAT already do this?
SDAT does it for recorded deeds, and it takes months for it to happen. This would require it to happen in 30 days so that when the appraisals are taking place, it can happen in a more systematic format to make sure that home appraisal values are as accurate as possible.
So my experience is that SDAC doesn't take months. It normally takes a few weeks. They record the deed price, which is
For new construction, it can take a few months. And there's a task force that spent an entire summer studying this issue, and this bill is a product of the task force that worked with legislators and the actual SDAT office.
so we needed a task force. That's even more comical. Yeah, I'll reserve comments for third reader on this. This is another redundant bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right. Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask you, was there any opposition to this?
No opposition.
I'm looking on the floor system. I thought the Maryland Builders Association opposed this bill.
Sorry, who?
MBA, Maryland Builders Association. Let me make sure I got it right.
The amendments address their concerns, so there's no longer opposition. I can't say if they support, but there's no longer opposition.
Okay, the question I have is, given the time limit you're given on 30 days, you know there's fines that can be assessed if they're not done within a proper amount of time, correct?
I'm not sure that the fines are addressed in this bill. There's no penalties in the bill.
All right, the other question I have is, what about a builder who's not part of MLS? Will they still be required to do this if they're not part of MLS?
No.
So how will that work, if you could explain it to me?
How would what work?
If you build a house, you have it under contract, it's, according to this bill, you have to put it in MLS, multiple listing service?
You have to put it in a public database. MLS is the current option, but there's other options that will be available later.
Okay, the question I have for you is, well, that's a good question. The question I have for you is, if a
Let's
builder's-
listen.
if a
1
builder-
second, sir. 1 minute. Go ahead.
If a builder is not associated with the Maryland the Maryland Association of Realtors, and they don't have access to the MLS, how would a builder adhere to this bill?
They're going to have to find a way to publish it on a public database.
Can you expand on that? Because I'm just curious, what public database would you say?
There's Zillow, there's other options, and also there's going to be another, again, the report doesn't start until July 1st, 2027, and there's currently systems being put on board for that for them to be able to publish on.
Okay, one last question. Why does this have to be done? What's the reasoning behind it?
Okay, as I stated earlier, the reasoning behind it is that with new construction gets on board, there's not proper appraisal numbers so that the appraisal values can be properly adjusted in communities people are buying or selling other homes. So it's just to make sure that we have as much data as possible when we're conducting the appraisal process for a home purchase or equity, etc.
Well, the only problem is the appraisal won't go through until after the home's completed, and I'm pretty sure it'll probably be under contract before then.
That's not applicable. What you're saying is, yeah, that's not how it would work here.
All right. Thank you. I do have an amendment that I would be giving you. I'll give you enough time to take a look at it. Thank you.
Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Cool jacket.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
What about the tie? I borrowed that from my fellow delegate.
It looks good too.
Thank you. I'm looking at the bill, and I see that we didn't have any dialogue on the House side. I don't see where it came across. We didn't have a vote, it appears. And I'm also looking at the testimony. The Builders Association, the Realtors are opposed to this.
We just, if you pay attention to the conversation on the floor.
I was paying attention,
yeah,
thank you.
That's also that the amendments address that, and the House bill unfortunately didn't come out of committee as of yet.
I understand that. What we're talking about, and I heard your answer, I was paying attention. Thank you for making sure I pay attention. The profit motive here, though, with the Bright MLS, with Zillow, was your answer, correct?
I'm sorry?
Are you paying attention?
No, I'm paying attention.
Just making sure.
I couldn't hear you.
You're looking at me, but you're not, I'm just making sure.
I couldn't hear you.
All right, it's going to be a fun day. I'm already ready. You guys ready? You talked about Zillow. That's a third-party provider that is a for-profit business. The Bright MLS, which most builders are not members of because they are not licensed realtors in this country, that's also a for-profit entity. So what we're asking here is to have these builders entered into a for-profit database.
So MLS was the original title on the bill. We removed MLS because there actually is going to be public databases that are going to come online in the future. And that's why we pushed back the start date to July 1st, 2027. The state is working on an actual public database that will not be, as you described, a third party for profit. So that those options will be available by the time that the bill date goes into effect.
So I appreciate that answer. Can you give me an example of what that third party database entity would be or what that looks like?
Yeah, the state is building it. Well, it'll be up and running by July 1st, 2027.
Okay, so we have State Department of Assessment and Taxation that already has a database that our appraisers use to gather this information. And when a deed is filed, bodies should know that it's already in the database. It's already there, and it's more timely than what the bill says when it refers to the task force needing 30 days.
So this bill is to help make sure that new construction can be properly documented. Currently, SDAT does not do that in a sufficient time frame for appraisals to be as accurate as possible. That's why the bill is brought forward.
Do you know if the task force findings, what the amount of time was? If it wasn't a sufficient amount of time, was there an average amount of days? Can you find that out for me?
We can talk in between now and the next reader.
Okay. I mean, that would be the issue that I would fix right there is how we time it with reference to the deed filing so that we can put it into the system in a timely manner. If it's something regarding technology, is it regarding people in the department? Just being more efficient with the department would be a whole lot better than requiring this.
Yeah, so the current technology doesn't allow them to update it, so that is why that's why this bill is put forward.
Okay. I'm looking to see what the general amendment is on third reader, and I'll be happy to discuss it then. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from Hartford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very briefly, I know we're signing it, but I have some questions on the heels of the gentleman from Anne Arundel County. So with that being said, create a public database, which I think satisfies the questions about Zillow and Bright MLS. Is there a provision in the bill, because we know, all of us know, that states had some issues building websites in time and properly? I can think of, unemployment to be an example. Is there a provision in the bill that if the site's not up by the date in the bill, that deadline will be extended?
So currently there isn't, but between now and then we'll have another session. So if they're now in time, there's something we could do to modify here.
That would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yeah, well, recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Just a couple questions for
possible amendment, so I just want to kind of talk through a couple things. So who is this bill for? Is this for the appraisers? Like who is this for? I'm struggling to understand what we're doing this for.
It's for appraisers and for us to have the most correct and appropriate data so that home appraisal values are properly available to those who are looking to sell a home, buy a home, or possibly refinance.
So how do they do it now? I mean, do they not have good data? Appraisers, does the system not work?
There's various data they use in MLS, but currently new construction is the issue. So a lot of our communities are seeing a lot of new construction go up, which raises, the value goes up in the neighborhood, but that is not properly captured in SDAT for months because of the recording of the deed. This will allow us to record it sooner so that when those new homes come online, people can hopefully adjust their appraisals for their homes in that area.
But so are appraisers now not able to do that? They're not able to understand kind of what the marketplace looks like, what the inventory of new homes look like. You know that. I mean, 'cause isn't that kind of what drives the new home market? Kind of what the inventory is.
So I won't dive into that, but the new construction, the new construction data is not available. This bill is to ensure that new constructed homes are available as soon as possible in order for appraisers so they can have the data they need.
And why couldn't this be done through MLS or why does it need to be a government database? Why couldn't the private sector handle this problem?
So we wanted to make sure there was a option that was not for profit. So you could publish it on MLS, but we want to also have a non-for-profit entity for you to publish it on.
Okay, and who is paying for that option, that second option there?
SDAT will be creating that.
Okay, so the taxpayers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate from Baltimore County.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I'd like to have a second bite of this apple.
This is your
third, man. I think the apple's gone, man.
No,
the apple's gone.
I got a big red shiny apple.
Can I just say the gentleman requested the bill, is requested that we hold it. We're holding it.
Right.
And you're going to have an amendment on third reader. Can you ask your question?
Well, yes, ma'am. When you normally do a sales contract for a new construction, the appraiser, you usually give that to the appraiser so that he knows what exactly the square footage and what's included. So I'm trying to figure out why we need this if they're already getting that information. A time when they once it goes under once you enter into a contract, you get an appraisal, you give him the contract. That shows everything up. So I'm just trying to figure out why the appraiser would need this.
So my understanding is that for the final sale, that number needs to be published. So it's not about what you do in the contract. It's about once everything's done and signed and sealed and the final sale price, that needs to be put into this public database.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay. The bill is ordered, printed for third reading. Actually, passed for third reading. The next report is a report of the Committee on Health. It is report number 42. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 633, Health Insurance, Ovarian Cancer Prevention with Saphenectomy, Required Coverage and Prohibited Cost Sharing. Favor of the amendments. Amendment 1.
Recognizing the lady with the tiara.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
So much be the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Amendment number 1 adds sponsors and makes technical changes, and amendment number 2 specifies that the coverage required applies to opportunistic salpingectomy, strikes language that would have prohibited cost sharing, and requires the Maryland Healthcare Commission to conduct a mandated benefit study on salpingectomy that is not opportunistic. Please move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1426, Clinical Research, Pharmacies, and Clinical Trials Permits, Ownership, and Definition of Practice of Medicine. Favor of the amendments. Amendment 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Amendment number 1 adds sponsors and makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 strikes provisions related to the definition of practice medicine, adds language clarifying a holder of a permit may be investigated by an applicable board for any violations of the health occupations article, and prohibits a healthcare provider with an ownership interest from serving as a clinical investigator for a protocol conducted by the clinical research pharmacy or interfering with a pharmacist's ability to exercise their professional judgment. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 246, Health Services Cost Review Commission, term of office of members. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
Move
welcome.
so much be considered the
So
reading of
order.
the amendments. Amendment number 1 alters the length of time that a member of the HSCRC may continue to serve at the end of a term from 6 months to 8 months. Please move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 348, Hospitals and Freestanding Birthing Centers, High-Risk Pregnancies, Communication After Discharge. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
Move so
welcome.
much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 restores the requirement that a hospital or freestanding birthing center first call a birthing parent following delivery after a high-risk pregnancy that exists under current law, and if contact is not made from the call, requires the hospital or freestanding birthing center to seek to make direct contact by other means. Please move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 551, Health Insurance, Ovarian Cancer Prevention with Salpinectomy, Required Coverage and Prohibited Cost Sharing. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
I just
welcome.
loved hearing the clerk say salpingectomy. Please move, so much be the reading of the amendments.
So order.
The amendments are essentially the same and put in the exact same posture of the bill we heard 3 minutes ago, the House Bill 633, so please move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Okay. Report of the Committee on Health. It is report number 40. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 891, Health Insurance and Health Occupations, Perinatal Behavioral Health Conditions. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. Order passed to third reading. Report of the Committee on Health. It is report number 43. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 411, Hospitals, Clinical Staffing Committees and Plans Establishment, Safe Staffing Act of 2026. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. The next report is the report of the Committee on Judiciary. It is report number 49. The clerk will read the bill. So I'm going to do report of, okay. 49. No, okay, so let's do report of the Committee on Government, Labor, and Elections, Report 50. And that is Senate Bill 396.
Senate Bill 396, Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners, Chief Inspector, Compensation, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is auto passed to third reading. Let's do the report of the Committee on Ways and Means. Let's do report number 44. The clerk will read the first bill. That's Senate Bill 538.
Senate Bill 538, Baltimore City Raffles Organizations affiliated with professional baseball and football teams. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
The amendment extends termination date of Chapter 372 of 2025 by 3 years rather than 3 years. Move the committee amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the committee amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is auto passed to third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 961, Income Tax Credit Venison Donation Alterations. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
so much be
welcome.
considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
The amendments conform the bill to House Bill 175 as it passed the House. The amendments increase rather than repeal the limit on the amount of venison donation tax credit that may be claimed. Move the amendments.
I love your tie. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is auto passed to third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 980, Property Tax Credit for Dwelling House of Disabled Veterans and Surviving Spouses. Alterations. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and
Good
happy signing
morning.
day.
Happy signing
so much
day.
be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
The amendments conform Senate Bill 980 to the House Bill version, limiting the amount within which a dweller may be able to receive an income. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is auto passed to third reading. The next report is the report of the Committee on the Judiciary. It is report number 49. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 322, Courts, Jury Service, Disqualification. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is auto passed to third reading. The next report is the report of the Committee on Ways and Means. It is report number 46. The clerk will read the first bill, please.
Senate Bill 247, Biotechnology Investment Incentive Tax Credit, Conversion to Grant Program. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
So much
welcome.
be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
The amendments alter eligibility, application, and recapture requirements under the Biotechnology Investment Incentive Program. Strike the proposed income tax subtraction modification and require Commerce to report on methods by which the department may better coordinate with TEDCO to further investments in biotechnology companies in the state. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
Just had a
welcome.
couple of questions on this bill.
Floor leader.
If I may.
Good morning.
Good morning. So the Biotechnology Investment Incentive Tax Credit Conversion to Grant Program. Can you explain to me what this bill does now?
Yes. So we currently have a tax credit for investors in early stage biotechnology companies in the state of Maryland. Under the bill and with the committee amendments, instead of it being a tax credit, investors would get a grant. We have also added a number of safeguards to the existing program to tighten things up based off of prior recommendations made by the Department of Legislative Services in their most recent evaluation of the program.
And whose money is being used to invest in biotechnology companies?
Well, under the existing tax credit, like other tax credits, it's state revenues.
It's taxpayer money, okay. So, which are, as you said, state revenues. And so taxpayer money is being invested in biotech companies, and this bill does what now with the taxpayer money?
So it's a grant program to incentivize investments in early stage biotechnology companies that are headquartered in Maryland and that are still fairly small scale, less than 50 employees. There's other safeguards.
So the state used taxpayer money to invest in biotech companies, and now this bill is saying, well, you don't have to repay it. We're going to convert it to a grant.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by repayment. So previously it was an income tax credit. Not previously, that is the law right now. So an investor can partially offset their risk in a very early stage biotechnology company with that tax credit. That is still what would be happening under this grant program.
But you said earlier that it's, I saw the tax credit, and this is a honest question, is it's a tax credit for, I mean, it's state money that's being invested, you said, in the biotech industry, and then it's being converted to a grant. So there was never a repayment requirement or anything like that?
I still don't, I'm sorry, I'm not following in terms of what you mean with repayment. I'll say that there are safeguards under existing law for the tax credits that if, say, a company moves out of state or if there's other triggers that happen under the law, the company is and their investors are required to repay the tax credits if they aren't fulfilling what the purposes that those tax credits were given.
So effectively what we're saying is instead of trying to get taxpayer money back, when a company is successful, we're just going to give the taxpayer money to the biotech industry. That sounds like that's right. I think that, because I'm just reading it now, and that's literally, they're literally removing all of the credit language and just saying free money.
So these, again, are very early stage companies. These are high risk investments. The point of this is to help incentivize investors to be investing more in early stage companies. And the state absolutely is getting a return on investment on it. Right now, the tax credit limit is $12 million a year, and we are getting significantly higher than that in returns in terms of the jobs that are created, the income taxes that are paid by those employees, the taxes paid directly by these biotechnology companies, significantly more than this relatively modest $12 million a year that we provide currently.
So it says here the governor shall include in the annual budget an appropriation of $10 million a year of taxpayer money to private companies. Is that still in the bill?
Yes, it is. And I would point out that for folks who are interested in saving money, actually a $2 million a year savings from current.
So that $10 million then is going to be given to private sector companies?
Not to the companies, to the investors.
To the investors. We're giving money to the investors who are high net worth individuals who are investing in private companies.
That's how the tax credit works currently.
The tax credit works currently to benefit the most wealthy investors using taxpayer money.
It's not necessarily high net worth. The minimum investment is $25,000. I realize that is out of reach for many folks, but it is not necessarily folks who are putting millions into companies. You could put as little as $25,000 in and participate.
That $25,000 is out of reach for everybody that I know when it comes to putting your money, in something that you don't understand. So I appreciate the answers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll get this on third reader. I very much appreciate it. There might be others.
Yes, I am going to call the gentleman from the Eastern Shore was first. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a question for the floor leader. What other states are offering grants to high-risk investors?
Specific to biotech or just in general?
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, this is what this bill's all about, is biotech.
Yeah. Many other states offer a tax credit similar to what we currently have on the books. We do appear to be on the leading edge of things by converting this to a grant program relative to other states.
So no other states are offering grants right now, is what you're saying.
I can't definitively say that, but at this time, many other states offer a tax credit like we currently have on the books in Maryland.
Okay, so there's a big difference between a tax credit and a grant. I mean, grants are basically just giving them money, and and if this investment fails, they can just walk away basically scot-free. Whereas a tax credit, I understand why we do tax credits, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is especially if they're new businesses. If they don't invest here, it's money that we wouldn't have otherwise had. But grant money's different. This is money we already have. It seems to me that we have good money that is chasing high risk money that has high risk being that it has a high probability of failing, right? Am I wrong in that assessment?
I mean, I don't think I have details on what the outcomes have been for prior companies, but for the most part, the businesses that have received investment money from investors who have participated in the existing tax credit are still here in Maryland. We do have safeguards under current law that if the company chooses to leave Maryland, they absolutely have to repay the funds to the state of Maryland. But if the business, makes a good effort and goes under, then you are right. The funds are gone at that point. But again, this is about trying to offset some of that risk for the investors and especially for the companies and the jobs they're creating.
Very good. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. The gentleman from Baltimore County, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Speaker.
welcome.
Question for the floor leader, please.
Floor leader.
Good morning. So a tax credit is a credit against the taxes which a company would normally pay. Is that correct?
Well, in this case, it's the taxes of the investor, not the biotech company.
Correct. But that is taxes we would not collect from that person.
That's right.
Okay. A grant is money that we give to that person.
Yes.
Okay. Tax credit is something that could be celebrated or utilized widely. Is that correct? Not by, as opposed to a grant where, in that case, an agency or the state would select the person.
That's not quite right. Under the requirements for eligibility for the tax credit are identical for the requirements for eligibility for this grant program. Not changing who is eligible to participate. It's just really the form that they are receiving back from the state. I will point out that, in fact, because we are converting this to a grant program, those grants are actually taxable income by the state of Maryland. So an investor who receives this grant will have to declare this as income and pay taxes on the grant that they receive on their income tax return, unlike the tax credit.
Understood. So even though the eligibility might be the same, with a tax credit, that is something you would declare on your personal tax filing, whereas a grant, you would come to the state and you'd have, even though the eligibility requirements would be the same, you'd have to actually apply for the grant. Is that correct?
You do have to apply. This program, though, there's no selection happening. As long as you meet the eligibility requirements, everybody goes into a pool, and they all will receive credits. And if the program becomes oversubscribed, which in fact the tax credit often has been for many years, in that case, then everyone who is eligible still receives money. They may not receive the full amount that they would have otherwise. It gets distributed on a prorated rata basis.
So in other words, the number of parties eligible for a tax credit is fairly well not known to the state and unlimited. Is that correct?
No, it's not unlimited because of the eligibility requirements. I mean, we could get particular data, and if you'd like, we can try to track that down before the third reader debate about how many investors have received the credit last year, say.
So they'd still have, the tax credit, you still have to apply for the eligibility.
That's right.
Right. All right, thank you.
Okay. The bill will actually, see no other questions. The bill is ordered passed to third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 328, property tax credit, disabled or fallen public safety officer or judicial officer. Alterations, favorable amendments.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
so much to be
welcome.
considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
The amendment strikes provisions that allow the credit to be granted for a subsequently acquired dwelling in the same proportion as the credit reduced property taxes on the former dwelling. Move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable amendment as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order passed to third reading. We have special order calendar for House Bill 180. The clerk will read the bill.
I think it's Senate bill.
Senate Bill 180, I'm sorry.
Senate Bill 180, evidence interception of oral communications, fair housing testing. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Madam Chair.
One
Madam
second,
Speaker.
1 minute. The question before the House is the adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is amended. Recognizing the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to confirm that the committee amendments have been adopted, so I don't need to go over them. Is that correct?
Now we adopted them.
Okay. Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Okay. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 strikes the provisions relating to fair housing testing and establishes a task force to study reforming the Maryland Wiretapping and Electronic Surveillance Act. Move the amendments.
So the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is, I see you. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment 483-425/1.
Amendment number 1.
This is a floor amendment that asks to, for the committee to ask for 2 additional members to be added to the task force. One is the president of the Economic Action Maryland Fund, and the other is the president of the AOBA Association. Move the amendment.
So the question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore, actually from the Eastern Shore, sorry, go ahead.
I like Baltimore City as well. So.
I know.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Floor leader.
So, Floor Leader, you and I have had a good 5-7 minute conversation over the bill, and I may have an amendment for third reader, but let me just ask, why are we in the second amendment adding 2 more designees, it looks like here?
So this bill has turned into a task force that's going to study oral communications and whether the 2-party consent should be in any way changed. And those are 2 interested parties that believe that they have additional advice and thoughts to be able to add to the task force.
Okay, and so as you and I were talking, this seems to be a substantial policy conversation, albeit a task force, and that the task force is going to be reviewing wiretap laws generally, and under the bill it was not generally, it was, are we going to allow interception of oral communications in a landlord specific way? So am I describing the bill correctly as it's here right now?
So as we have already discussed briefly, the bill originally came in looking at housing testing and landlord-tenant issues. It has been amended. All that language has been struck. It's now a task force that will generally look at oral communications and the two-party consent.
Okay, it's an interesting bill, to say the least. I will have hopefully a amendment that we can discuss on third reader.
The bill is auto printed for third reading. Thank you. The next report is the report of the Committee on the Environment and Transportation. It is report number 28. The clerk will read the bill, please. Senate Bill 936.
Senate Bill 936, Vehicle Laws, Bus Obstruction Monitoring Systems and Bus Stop Zones. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered passed to third reading. Concurrence calendar number 29. The clerk will read the first bill and the Senate amendments.
Household 3, higher education, non-resident tuition, exemption for dependents of state or local public safety employees, Maryland Fallen Heroes Tuition Benefits Act, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader, the chair of the Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The
You're
bill
welcome.
conforms to the Senate bill that's already passed. Move to concur.
The question before the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 3 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Give people a second to come from the back. All right. You got it? All right. Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, House Bill number 3, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Concurrence calendar number 30, the clerk will read the first bill in a Senate amendment.
Household 1243, Prince George's County Personal Property Tax Exemption for Small Manufacturers, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair for Ways and Means.
Thank you so much,
You're
Madam
welcome.
Speaker. The Senate amendments limit the exemption to the municipal corporation property tax. We move to concur with the Senate amendments.
The question before the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1243 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 130 votes in the affirmative and 6 votes in the negative, House Bill number 1243, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Quorum call, please.
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. 1243 to read. The
Any
last
other
bill.
vote change?
Thank you.
Remember to turn in your slips. You're welcome. Give people a minute to come from the back. Okay. Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 members present, the House is still in session. House third reading calendar number 868. The clerk will read the bill, please.
Senate Bill 12, Residential Rental Apartments Air Conditioning Requirement.
Okay. Senate Bill 12 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? Recognizing the lady from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Speaker.
welcome.
Could the floor leader rise to answer a
this is-
question or two, please?
Floor leader.
Only if you keep it at 2. No, I'm joking.
Thank you.
So has this been amended at all, or is it the same bill where it requires every room in every rental to be air conditioned?
So this bill has been amended to ensure that the applicable rooms are habitable spaces. So the spaces in which you sleep, relax, etc. And it's the 80-degree threshold. And the bill has been slightly amended so that we remove some language that would still allow for local jurisdictions to impose any other types of laws in regards to air conditioning that they would want.
What other types of laws do you
Just
mean?
if they wanted to have different room rules or different temperature rules, whatever if the local jurisdictions wanted to do something further, they could do that.
So a local jurisdiction could say, we don't want 80 degrees, we want 85.
That would be the floor. The floor is 80. So a local jurisdiction, again, there's no language that says that local jurisdictions have to. It's just that we've opened the bill up to where, again, local jurisdictions can do something further, but it's not that it's required in the bill.
Is there a fiscal note on this?
To my understanding, no.
I mean, there is a fiscal note, but you haven't figured it out.
I mean, when you say fiscal note, there's a fiscal note like in the system, but there's not. You're saying, is there a dollar amount that the state is paying for it? Is that what you're asking for?
No, usually, look, the fiscal notes used to have a small business impact, and they used to have a taxpayer impact, and they used to have an impact on people renting apartments. So, I mean, of course, the state's just telling property owners, they have to do this, but there's clearly a cost. This is not free.
Yeah, so if you read the bill, it has detailed analysis on how it applies on if you have substantial renovations, you have to install this new requirement on air conditioning temperature levels.
What's substantial renovation?
It's substantial electrical renovations. There's in other codes there's a substantial is defined other ways that you can that would be applicable here.
What do you mean? I'm sorry. So if someone renovates the bathroom of a rental property, are they now going to be?
It will vary. Substantial renovation is a commonly used term in regards to this space, and it would apply that if you're doing substantial electrical renovational work, that you would have to provide make sure that your air conditioning is in compliance.
So an outlet, updating a couple switches and an outlet, would that put them into this?
Yeah, plain meaning of substantial renovation. I think 1 or 2 outlets would not meet that.
1 or 2 outlets would throw somebody
that
in.
would not meet that.
Would not. Okay.
We can use common sense.
Maybe
and,
4 or 5 outlets might. So you don't have actually.
I can't tell you how many outlets. No.
You don't know the definition of substantial. It's just kind of a subjective term, is what you're saying. There's not a dollar amount. There's not an actual.
Again, this is not a new term of art. So the word substantial renovation is used in multiple laws and multiple codes in regards to when you're updating things in regards to tax. You get certain tax credits for historical preservations. This is a common used term in order to define what a substantial renovation is.
Okay, so yes, I guess I'm confused because you said it's a commonly used term, but you can't tell me where it's defined. But how about updating the air filter on the HVAC system?
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
If you update the air filter in the HVAC system, that's not going to throw you into this.
I don't think that would be substantial, and I don't know if we want to go through every hypothetical situation if you're updating on a house.
Yeah, I guess we wouldn't have to do that if you. I guess I'll go back and look at the actual definition. Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. I'll be voting against this. We have a serious affordability problem in the state. Housing affordability is huge. And yes, air conditioning is important. And when, again, raising our kids in Baltimore City in a house built in the 1920s, beautiful Hamilton home. We had window shaker in the bedroom, and our kids came and slept on the floor in our room, just like many, many families, because we could not afford to air condition our entire 2-story home. It was too expensive. So this is going to make rental properties more expensive because it is not just providing air conditioning units so that every room in the entire house is air conditioned, but now you have to upgrade your electrical panel because these air conditioning systems draw a lot of power. So, it's well-intentioned. I understand that. But, it is going to make rental properties, the rent for people who rent older homes, which is the housing stock across much of our state, it is going to be more expensive. So I think well-intentioned, bad bill, I'm definitely voting no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Welcome. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, recognizing the lady from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I rise to explain my vote. One of the things that's really important to remember about air conditioning is that it's not just about comfort, it could actually be about health outcomes.
Thank you.
I too used to live in Hamilton because that's my district. I did not have central AC in that home because that part of Baltimore City has excessive tree cover. Quite frankly, it was cool and comfortable. But I live now in the southern part of my district in East Baltimore, which is not only the hottest part of Baltimore City, it's one of the hottest parts of Maryland and one of the hottest parts of the United States because of the urban heat island effect. So when you are really, really hot, that's going to worsen any other health problem that you have. So if you have COPD, diabetes, heart disease, anything else you can think of is worsened by not having a proper temperature in your home. And sometimes you wonder, why is someone standing outside? Maybe they're outside at 11 p.m. because it's incredibly hot inside. Sometimes when you live in a home of comfort, you don't realize that being on the second floor of a 100-year-old home, which I do live in a 100-year-old home, that had substantial renovation, and that's why I got a historic tax credit, and that's also why it has central AC now. So I just want to make sure that we all know we're doing something that's not for vanity, it's for health, and you should be proud of putting up a green vote today.
The clerk will take the call. There being 101 votes in the affirmative and 34 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 12, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will go to the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 345, Vehicle Manufacturers and Dealer and Manufacturer Associations, Administrative Hearings.
Senate Bill number 345 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 132 votes in the affirmative and 3 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 345, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. So clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 354, Business Regulation, Charitable Organizations, Audit and Review Thresholds.
Senate Bill number 354 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Any debate? The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 100 votes in the affirmative and 35 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 354, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 389, Land Use, Transit-Oriented Development, Alterations, Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act.
Senate Bill number 389 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? Recognizing the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. If the floor leader wouldn't mind an inquiry about this very important transit-oriented.
Floor leader, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm trying to make sure we've talked about a lot of transit bills this year, and I'm trying to find out, is this a bill that included language about requiring project labor agreements in order to be able to invoke its provisions?
That is correct. I mean, this bill has a PLA language.
So this bill continues today after it's bounced around Senate versions, House versions, conference committees, amendments, concurrences. What we're voting on today, I feel like it's the 37th time we've discussed it this year. Does it still include a project labor agreement requirement in order for any development in these designated areas to occur and take the benefit of the provisions of the law?
Yep, as I explained, the PLA provision is not a mandate.
Is not?
It is not a mandate. It is not mandatory. It is simply one option, scoring factor within the TOD capital grant and loan fund.
Okay, so am I to infer from that then that if you decide to utilize a project labor agreement, you will get scored better and therefore have a better chance of getting government money or government permission to do your transit-oriented development, but if you don't use a project labor agreement, your scoring and therefore your chances to participate in the program will go down?
Mr. Minority Leader, projects can move forward with or without a PLA. No requirement, no barrier. It is just the, it is not a provision. It's not mandate. It's one of the optional or scoring factor.
That's what I'm getting at. So I understand that you don't have to do it, but I think what you're telling me is if you choose to do it, then you get scored better, and if you get scored better, then common sense suggests it's more likely that you would get to utilize the program. And if you get scored worse because you choose not to use the project labor agreement terms, your chances of utilizing the program, while not foreclosed forever, they go down. That's what a scoring system is, right?
Yes, and that is one of the flexibility, right? If there is a flexibility, it drives the participation as well. That's That's one of the flexibility, and more participation means
Okay.
more projects, and more projects means more housing.
Do project labor agreements, to your knowledge and based upon the review of the bill, do they have a general tendency to increase the costs of a construction project?
As we debated in the second reader, Mr. Minority Leader, when I did the research, that is not true when you do not the anecdotal one, when you look the large data set. That is not true.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just on third reader, Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I certainly appreciate my friend from Baltimore County, and I'm not here to quibble with him, but I don't think that's right. I think that a tremendous amount of research and evidence from the construction industry suggests that when you drive labor costs higher, you drive the end product, which is the cost of construction, higher. That utilizes what I like to call common sense. The inputs into a construction project really mainly are three things. It's your permitting and regulatory costs, which Maryland is generally rated very high, and I know this bill is trying to remove some of those for a particular classification of projects. The second factor is your cost of labor, which is a very, very big cost in any construction project, from building an addition to your home to building a $1 billion building. The cost of labor is a big part of what the pencil out cost is. And the third then is the cost of the construction materials, which quite frankly we don't have a lot of influence over on a state policy level. But we do have a lot of influence on that second element, the cost of the labor that goes into the project. If you spend more money to build the project and then you want to call it affordable housing, that makes it less affordable. The way to have more affordable housing is to break down barriers, to allow people to build in more appropriate places, and also to reduce their costs for building. There's a reason why Maryland has this problem so much, and places like Western Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, they don't have the problem so much because it costs less money to build there, because they do not mandate every little nickel and dime element of the overall construction costs. And as a result, even though I generally appreciate a lot of the purposes of the bill, I cannot support the bill in its current form. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Recognizing the full leader.
Thank you, Minority Leader. When I did, as I explained, real PLA studies, I want to refer Illinois strongest one, the impact of project labor agreement on cost, competition, and contractor in Illinois. The finding is no statistically significant cost increase after controlling variables, and it increased competition and better pricing outcome. A large scale, this study analyzing over 2,500 bids found no statistically significant cost increase when proper control, I'm talking about the proper control, were applied. And another is Massachusetts school construction, that's peer reviewed, and a project labor agreement effect on school construction cost in that state. And the finding was cost driven by project complexity, not PLA percents. Peer review research shows cost differences are explained by, again, project complexity, not PLAs. The same type of the research, if you look California Community College public project study, no consistent evidence of reduced competition or higher cost with PLA, and the Cornell University research, labor relations study as well, and multi-study research review. And there are a lot of research. When you control the variables, the PLA does not have any issues. Thank you.
Recognizing the gentleman from the Eastern Shore, then the gentleman from Baltimore County. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I'd like to add and just reinforce what the Minority Leader was saying, because I think it's important that the legislature understand precisely what it is that we're talking about here. In the construction industry in Maryland, 90% of the workers in construction are non-union workers. That is not a statistic that is born from conjecture. It's born from fact. We're not talking about unions for healthcare. We're not talking about public sector unions. We're saying unions working in the construction industry. Only 10% exists in the state of Maryland. And so the reason why the costs of construction go up aren't merely because of the reasons that the minority leader brought forward, and for which I would be willing to debate the floor leader on the subject. It's because you limit the number of available competitors to bid on these sort of projects. But think about it like this. Even if you disagree with my principle that there are fewer bidders in the state of Maryland, understand that the ultimate aim of a project labor agreement is to say we're going to use workers in the union industry, and that labor is not going to come from Maryland. Where are the unions for construction industry? New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. So the governor's free to sign this bill if it ends up on his desk. But don't say for a moment that this bill is going to help Maryland workers end up on Maryland projects like this, because it's not true, and it can't ever be true. You can't have 10% of Maryland's construction force be able to do the kind of projects and the scale that you're hoping to achieve under this bill. Competition revolves around the idea of having many different competitors, diverse competitors, each having different attributes, strengths, certainly weaknesses as it's being considered under the bidding process. But at no point in time should you say that the bidding process is more dynamic and more competitive when there's fewer possible competitors on these sort of jobs. I'm also going to take the opportunity to push back as a merit shop contractor that for some reason unions have the central component of safety as being uniquely qualified to deliver safety. That is not true. Merit shop contractors are responsible under state and federal law to provide the same level of safety on projects. That's a fact. And are willing and able on every job in the state of Maryland to deliver on the same quality conversation that unions have a tendency to want to focus on and say that for some reason, because we're the union, we can do safety better. That is not true. And I'm just going to finalize my comments on this in saying this. Madam Speaker, I would vote for this bill, but for the project labor agreements, because I believe that Maryland workers should be the beneficiary of legislation like this. And for a year where housing matters, you should have as many people on the table, on board, competitively bidding for best price, best quality, best safety, and that's not a union-only conversation. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Recognizing the chair of the Rules Committee, the
Thank
lady
you.
from Prince George's.
Thank you very much. As a delegate from Prince George's County, I do want to say that there are a lot of construction unions in Maryland, and they do great work. But what I want to talk to was just addressed by the delegate from the Eastern Shore, is about the issue of safety. Every year, I go to a memorial mass for people who have died in the construction industry in the Washington metropolitan area. That is done at St. Camilla's Church in Silver Spring. And year after year, we see that they have this memorial service for the construction workers, and the ones who have died in the industry across the district and in Maryland and in DC and in Northern Virginia, almost entirely have been non-union workers. I know my son is an electrician. He went through the apprenticeship program at IBEW 26 in Prince George's County. I know they put a premium on safety, and I know that for a fact. And so I do know that people who get killed in construction work, a lot of times it's because they are not really taking the time and effort, whether it's a small project or a big project, to put safety first. And so for that reason, among others, because also the high quality of the work that is done on union jobs, those buildings and those facilities are strong and last a long time. And it's something that we can all take pride in. If there aren't enough union workers in Maryland, we need to get more of them. But that's not a reason not to have project labor agreements.
Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the floor leader rise for a moment?
Floor leader.
Thank you.
Hey, sir, let me back up a little bit so we're not like right on top of each other. A couple questions. So first of all, could you help me understand what the enterprise zone process is now? I know that's a big part of the bill. So how does an area become an enterprise zone?
The local jurisdiction, they have to first apply for it.
Okay. So would that be, say, in our county, in Baltimore County, would that be, does the county executive or does the county government have to apply for it? Is this something that the county council has to pass? Like, I'm just trying to understand how that, mechanically, that process works.
My understanding is the county government apply.
Okay, and so as drafted, it looks like, it appeared to me like it was a shall, a transit-oriented development area shall automatically become an enterprise zone, but it looks like it's amended to say may. Is that, am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, it's subject to local determination.
Okay, so I do want to point out that in the reprint, I'm on page 4 of the reprint. I'm in section B. There is still a shall in there, which seems to be contrary to what the amendment is trying to do. So let me find the line real quick. Enterprise zone, I'm trying to find it real quick. Okay, it's on line 13. From 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. Monday through Friday shall automatically be designated as an enterprise zone, but everywhere else that has been struck. It feels like that's a drafting error to me.
No, that is automatic designation, but it is subject to paragraph 2.
Okay.
So to clarify, for qualifying TOD sites, a local body must opt in to the enterprise zone designation. This bill respect the local authority.
Okay, would a county be able to designate an area that is, say, an industrial area, something like that, that is not necessarily good for housing development? I don't see any restrictions there in the bill that says someone couldn't put up a house on an old brownfield site.
But still, a local jurisdiction must apply for TOD designation under state law, so the process requires local input to begin. There is nothing changes.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking that question, though, about industrial areas, so the good delegate to my right and I represent an area that's not impacted by this, but it is near an Amtrak line that has been designated a TOD area. But much of that area you would never, ever, ever want to build houses on because, some of it actually has nuclear waste near there. So I'm just curious what guardrails there are from counties designating an area to put houses that would not be acceptable to put houses on.
Delegate, we have to understand that this bill just apply to high capacity rail station, right? And that means that includes the Baltimore Metro Light Rail, the Wamata Metro Rail, the future Purple Line, and Mark Penn Line between DC and Baltimore only. And it does not apply to Mark, Brunswick, and Camden Line, and Penn Line north of Baltimore Penn Station. And so this bill is tailored narrowly, like.
All right, on the bill, Madam Speaker, so for those reasons, I think that there should be some guardrails inside of this bill to restrict areas that may not be appropriate. It doesn't appear to have any of those kind of guardrails in the bill, and so for those reasons, I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, recognizing the gentleman from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you for the second bite at the apple. And look, the safety component. Every project, every construction project is subject to MOSH, which is OSHA's laws, but administered by the state of Maryland. They are uniformly applied, and everyone is responsible for safety on projects. To say that for some reason a union is uniquely qualified or in a different way able to better provide safety on the projects is to misunderstand construction practices, the responsibilities of contractors to implement safety practices. And I will argue that at the end of the day, on a bill like this, to stay on the bill, and to avoid the general conversation about union versus merit, is to say that this is the kind of bill that I would support, but for the reasons that I've discussed, which have to do with competition, the lack of union contractors in construction industry, which are pointed in fact, not out of just some conjecture on the House floor, and that for those reasons, I can't see why the governor would ever sign a bill advocating for unions coming out of Pennsylvania, New York, or New Jersey to do Maryland projects. Madam Speaker, I'm voting no.
The clerk will call the roll, please.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will
Madam
take
Speaker,
the call.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote, please?
We already took the call.
Okay.
Okay. There being 102 votes in the affirmative and 34 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 389, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. So clerk will call the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 829, Residential and Commercial Zone Laws Study, bring Main Street back Act.
Senate Bill 829 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? The clerk will call the roll, please.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 102 votes in the affirmative and 33 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 829, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will call the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 893, Business Regulation Rounding Cash Transactions Authorization.
Senate Bill 893 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 124 votes in the affirmative and 12 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 893, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 941, Department of Housing and Community Development Severe Health and Safety Risk Properties Intervention Plan.
Senate Bill number 941 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 104 votes in the affirmative and 33 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 941, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
That ends the work at the desk. Vote changes. Gentleman from Calvert County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 345 to read.
Delegate from Hartford County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 345 to green.
Delegate from the Eastern Shore.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 354 to read.
Delegate from Hartford County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 345 to yes.
Any other vote changes? Now that concludes the work at the desk. Delegation announcements. Delegation announcements. Caucus
I'm
announcements.
sorry, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't
Please,
sure
go ahead. The
where to
delegate
say
from
this.
Howard County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on behalf of the Howard County delegation, I just want to recognize my wonderful seatmate who's been listening to my sidebar commentary all session. She is not retiring, but she is moving on in her public service career after 8 years. And I want to turn this over, if I may, to the delegate with the tiara behind me to finish this announcement. Is that okay, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, as the most senior member of the Howard County delegation, permission to use a delegate's names.
Granted.
Thank you. We just really wanted to stand here and let the entire body know how much we value the contributions that Delegate Jen Terrassa has made, not just to our delegation and to this chamber, but to Howard County and the state of Maryland. I will tell you that although I've been here, this is the end of my third session, and Delegate Terrassa came a few sessions later, or a session or so later. It was actually Delegate Terrassa who taught me a lot about how this body operates. She had served on the Howard County Council along with the good Delegate Courtney Watson, which tells you that we have quality up and down the line. And when I came here, sitting in the galley watching this body go through sine die, I was a little bit confused. I had not served. And it was Jen Terrassa who explained to me what all the maneuvers were all about. She is, I think everyone would agree, a charming, disarming, wickedly intelligent woman who cares deeply. And once she grabs onto an issue, it's like taking a bone out of a dog's mouth. She doesn't let go. I think members of GLEE and E&T, and I think you were also on appropriations for a brief moment, understand that once she begins to ask questions, she will continue to ask questions, even when the answers have been received. So we in the delegation have experienced that week after week, year after year, but we know that even though the clock is short, that she's only asking the questions because she thinks the issues matter and because she thinks she can wear us down. But with that being said, I would also note that she is a founding member of the Puzzle Caucus of the Governor Calvert House, that she is a generous spirit. She is not self-promoting, and she is someone who, again, we value, and we just wanted to take a moment to let everyone know and to ask for everyone to thank her for her service and to wish her well on her next chapter.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we need to do committee announcements first before we do very much more. I am going to come around the room. Appropriations,
Will not
committee
meet.
announcements, appropriations.
Will not meet.
Economic matters.
Economic Matters is not meeting.
Environment and transportation.
To my knowledge, Environment and Transportation will not be meeting.
Government, labor, and elections.
GLEE will have a vote session at 12:45.
Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Health Committee will not be meeting.
Judiciary.
Judiciary will not be meeting.
Ways and Means.
The Ways and Means Committee will not be meeting.
Any subcommittee announcements? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. All right. Now we'll go back to delegation announcements and a lot of people standing up. The Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, briefly, I just want to recognize a couple of our colleagues that are leaving. I'll keep it brief. But when you're in the minority party, we don't have the numbers, but we have a strong team. I like to think that we punch above our weight, and I want to recognize a couple of our young guns that have wised up and are moving on to brighter pastures. So permission to use the delegates' names?
So ordered.
So I'd like to recognize Josh Stanko. So Josh is a young guy, very smart, very bright. He has a beautiful family, new kid, and obviously he's smart enough to keep it moving. So good for you. But we will miss him and his contributions to the Appropriation Committee. I'd like to recognize, permission to use the delegate's name.
You have global permission.
Thank you very much. Nino Mangione is a fighter. He has provided a lot of contributions to our caucus. He's moving on to have some local effect up in his neck of the woods. We wish him the best, and we will certainly miss him. He's a great guy. And last but not least, I have prepared a very extensive, heart-filled speech for my friend from Carroll County. If he could rise. Oh, okay, never mind. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate from Howard County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to use the delegate's name.
Granted.
And I want to recognize my office mate, Delegate Jen Teresa. And for the 4 years, we stay in the same building and the same office. And she's kind to everyone. And she's curious. And she's curious about so many different questions, try to get an answer. And she's righteous. I would say I learned so much from her, and at the same time, both herself and her chief of staff. I would say I will remember so many times I sneaked into the car of the house to get a dinner with her, and then amazed by so many puzzles on the table. I will forever remember her. Thank you.
This delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a member of the Howard County delegation, but I too wanted to just add a few words about permission to say the delegate's name.
Granted.
About Delegate Jen Terasa, who has been a good friend to me since 2020, the COVID year, when we became close friends as a part of a small group of friends who supported each other during that year. She also is the foster mom of a cat that I adopted, and somebody who has definite, strong preferences for food, including not liking grill marks and being very particular about which spices she likes and doesn't like. She is a good friend, and as others have mentioned, somebody who cares very deeply about people, about the environment, and I am going to miss her terribly.
Delegate from Baltimore County from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a vote change.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Senate Bill 345D, yes.
All right. Chair of the Baltimore County delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To jump on the permission to use the delegate's name.
Granted.
Jen Terraza. She was my seatmate for 4 years here and taught me everything I know. Thank you, delegate. More to the point, the Sani Tai Caucus is about to invoke its actions. We'll meet right here at the rail upon adjournment to change our ties for the next session. Planning on seeing you all there.
Delegate from Prince George's County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to use the delegate's name.
Granted.
Thank you. I too would like to thank and applaud and extend my best wishes to Delegate Terraza. She and I bonded quickly down here as former county council members. We share a district boundary in Laurel. There are so many things to love about her, as you heard from some of the other delegates. She's wicked smart. She's very detail-oriented. She has a law degree, which a lot of people don't know, and she's a great critical thinker. But most of all, she is an amazing person and a loyal friend. As a founding member of the Puzzle Caucus at Governor Calvert House, she's a little obsessed with finishing puzzles, and it makes her really crazy if it turns out there's a piece or two missing. She actually texted me a few weeks ago and she said, Mary, could you check your shoes for a missing puzzle piece? And I said, why would there be a missing puzzle piece in my shoe? She had noticed that I was in sock feet the night before when the puzzle was almost done, and she thought, well, you know, maybe it ended up in Mary's shoe. But Jen, I love you. I will miss you insanely here, and I know we'll always be friends.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to start back over here. The delegate from Prince George's County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In following the tradition of my other colleagues here on the floor, I'm actually going to take it upon myself and speak on behalf of the Prince George's County delegation. We have two members who will not be returning next year, and so first is our delegation chair, Delegate Nicole I'm sorry, permission to use the delegates' names.
I don't know now. Granted.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your forgiveness. Delegate Nicole Williams, who has been a servant in Prince George's County for many years, starting out as a young Dem, I think, and now has traversed over here, and she's done a great job with the Prince George's County delegation, and we have served together in that capacity for several years. Secondly, who also came in later and is leaving earlier, is Delegate Adrian Boafo. And while he has served in local capacity as well and is endeavoring to move on, we just wish them both much luck in their future endeavors, and we appreciate the service to Prince George's County in this body.
Thank you.
The delegate from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an announcement before I get to it. I would be remiss if I didn't also say that permission to use the delegate's name.
Granted.
I will also miss Delegate Williams. I will miss Delegate Wappa. I'm really glad he's feeling better. And I will also, wanted to say in particular for Delegate Terraza, I've served 7 sessions with her on the same committee. She really is just a wonderful person, a breath of fresh air. And if you haven't had time to hang out with Jen, you've got 12 more hours, and I would urge you to do so. But on a much more serious note, we heard a few weeks ago, colleagues, that there was a new band that had formed for the Sine Die party tonight called Third Reading. And I've started to think actually that may have been a joke. Because I know for a fact that Delegate Weibel has actually even worse rhythm than I do. And so I'm starting to think that wasn't a joke. But what was absolutely not a joke is that we all heard the chairman of the Appropriations Committee say, when asked, and I quote, "If you find me a tuba, I'll play it." And Mr. Speaker, there were dozens. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, there were dozens of colleagues who gave their who gave protocol dues for this. Can we get a drum roll? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're doing the work of the people now. All right. Delegate from Howard County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a colleague who has been with us for 8 years, who was part of the original gang of 4 freshmen that was assigned to, God forbid, the Economic Matters Committee 8 years ago. And permission to use the delegate's name.
Granted.
Delegate Brian Crosby, who has Delegate Brian Crosby, who is a tremendously loyal, dedicated person who believes in working for the common good. He has served his country. He went to law school and found out that working in the corporate law world wasn't for him, so he volunteered for the Army and signed up and became an Army Ranger and served over in Afghanistan and Iraq, I think. I could be wrong about that, but he did serve, and he had 2 babies while he was here. Some of you know what that's like. And he showed up every day, and he served incredibly well this House, his integrity, standing up for what he believes in, his loyalty, especially to his chair, which I will turn this over to him now.
The delegate from Charles County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To conclude, I just want to say that it was my distinct pleasure to have a vice chair in Brian Crosby. I always tell the story for those of you that don't know that people used to always, I guess, be a little concerned with my my focus or my penchant for anger, personality, some would say, and they're always worried about me. And I'd always have to tell the story that, you know, I grew up rough, joined the military right after high school because I really didn't have a choice, and I became a special operator, but a medic. And I would tell them that my vice chair, on the other hand, he grew up quite different. He actually grew up, he went to undergrad, then he went to law school, and then he decided he wanted to join the Army, but not in JAG. He wanted to be a sniper. Now, unlike a medic, the one job of a sniper is what? Exactly. So when you guys were all concerned about me, I wanted you to know that who I was really protecting you from. Because he is one of the most brilliant young men I know, and I watched him in 5 years start out with a business sitting right beside me with one person, and now he has 100 employees and made 20 some odd $1 million last year. So again, some people know when it's best to walk off and the getting is good, and I think that's what he's done. But I couldn't have been prouder. He was I never thought I'd say this about an Army officer, but he actually knew how to follow somebody else's lead, and he was amazing, and he was one of the smartest people I've ever met. I know this is a loss for the House and a loss for Marion, but it's also a loss for me as a friend, because unfortunately, the military, we don't keep track of each other too well when we get deployed. So I might not hear from him again, but I know he's going to do extraordinarily well and do well for his family. Thank you.
I'm going to take a moment here to recognize another person who will not be in this chamber, but might be nearby in the next session of the General Assembly. We all come here imperfect and broken, and we all come here with our challenges, and it can be fun to make light of those challenges, but it's even more fun when a person overcomes those challenges and shows the world what they are made of and shows the world how hard they are going to work for the people of the state and for those among us who have been most hurt and most damaged, and to not stop until that work was done. And that work was done by the delegate from Charles County, C.T. Wilson. Now, I was going to begin the list of his failings, but there's something about a utility bill or something up here, and I don't think we have that kind of time. I came into this chamber at the same time as Delegate Wilson, and he was challenging, to say the least. And I got used to his somewhat endearing bluntness. I got used to his CT-ness, I think, is the best way of putting it. But I never questioned how hardly he felt about the issues that were important to him. And I never questioned for a moment how hard he would work to get the work done. And so even though he'll be across the hall, I will miss him greatly, and I know everyone in this chamber will as well. Thank you very much, Delegate C.T. Wilson.
Mr. Speaker.
Truly one of the most nearly adequate members of the legislature. The delegate from Anne Arundel County and then from Harford County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to use delegates' names?
Granted.
Thank you. This is my first term serving here, and one of the things you learn is folks that have been doing the work for a while. I want to recognize two members of the Anne Arundel delegation. Delegate Nick Kipke, District 31, who served on the Health Committee since 2007. Delegate Mark Chain since 2015. Both of them have laid the groundwork in Anne Arundel County, and they deserve a round of applause. I want to thank you both for your service, and when you get to the Senate, please pass our bills. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair of Appropriations then will go to Harford.
Thank you. I was going to say a few words about my former vice chair a little later in the day, but now seems to be the time. I call him the quiet assassin because he doesn't say a lot, but when he wants to get something done, he damn well gets it done. He is a kind man, a loyal man. He has shown us what success in this House of Delegates is, which is not just the positions that he's held, which has been the chair of the subcommittee on public safety, the chair of the subcommittee on capital budget, the vice chair of the subcommittee on capital budget, the vice chair of the budget committee in its entirety, but also just the way he has fought for his communities. If you've ever seen the word Glen Burnie ever come up in a committee, he's right on it. If it affects Glen Burnie or his community at all, he is on it, and he is on it tough. And so I'm going to miss you. I know you're going to be across the street, but congratulations on 12 years of tremendous success here. We look forward to seeing you over in the Senate.
The delegate from Harford County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to recognize a friend of mine who is here on the floor today. He beat the odds. He saw the face of the Lord and came back to us anyways. He was actually dead for more than 15 minutes, and God bless, he was saved. So I would really like to recognize my friend, my brother from another Arab mother. Please, assalamu alaikum to my friend, Delegate Sid Saab.
The delegate from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a newer delegate, but who will not be with us in the coming year. He's somebody who joined us as an appointment, somebody whose stature you cannot miss. Whether it's his singing voice or him yelling into these very microphones as he makes his arguments. Colleagues, if you all could just show a little bit of love to delegate, permission to use delegate's name, Mr. Speaker.
Granted.
Thank you. Delegate Malcolm P. Ruff.
Mr. Speaker.
We have some, keep going, okay. Delegate from Charles County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to use delegate's name?
Granted.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I stand to offer my personal thanks as well as being the chair of the Southern Maryland delegation. Delegate C.T. Wilson, you've seen him on the floor. We've seen him in Southern Maryland. His passion, his determination to advocate not only for the citizens of Charles County or Southern Maryland, but for the state of Maryland. His love and experience he's shared for the foster children is phenomenal. We will miss him here on this floor, but we're very fortunate to hope to see him next door. It's really important, again, to know that although he has somewhat of a rough interior, he is a very kind and caring person. So again, I offer my congratulations for the people of Southern Maryland for all the work that you've done, and for the hope that you will continue and know that you will continue to support us, particularly those who are less fortunate. So again, my love, my congratulations to, I call him my fourth son, to Delegate C.T. Wilson.
Delegate from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join some of my colleagues in this chamber in thanking the good delegate from Howard County for her many years of service. When I came in 2019, the delegate that I'm about to mention was my committee seatmate, and I got a chance to not just see firsthand and up close what folks are talking about on this chamber when they say that the good delegate from Howard County is wickedly smart. And she was smart enough to know that when your time in this body is up, my mother has a saying that the problem with politics is that people don't know when to walk away while the people are still applauding. And Jen Terrasa understands that, but more importantly, she recognizes that her energy, her work, and her dedication to her community can also be done elsewhere. And so kudos to you, my friend. It is such an honor to have, sit alongside you, to have had many conversations. You've always been to the left of me, figuratively. And I appreciate you so much, and I wish you all the best. And I will just also add to that, Mr. Speaker, someone who I consider my big brother, the good delegate from Baltimore City, someone who I not only consider a mentor, but really, someone who is taller than me. I do look up to him. But he's always stood 10 toes on the issues, 10 toes, exactly, 10 toes on the issues that he cares about, not just strongly, and that has always been in defense of us. It has been in defense of black youth, and it has been in defense of Baltimore City. He's a credit, not just to Charm City, not just to this body, but to this General Assembly, and my hope is that his service would not stop and that he will continue, and I certainly look forward to working with him across the chamber in the Senate. To my good brother and the delegate from Baltimore City, permission to use the delegate's name.
Granted.
Delegate Malcolm Ruff, love you, brother, all the best, and look forward to continuing to work with you on the other side.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Carroll County, then I'll move back across again. Delegate from Carroll County. We have some work at the desk now, by the way. Delegate from Carroll County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know he was already mentioned, but I just would like to give him a little more love. Permission to use the delegates' names.
Granted.
If somebody could please tap him on the shoulder, sir. So a little known fact about Delegate Stanko. So he, well, maybe not a little known fact, but he actually ran in 2014 when you were just the age of 20. And so if he had won, he would have been 21 by the time of when he had been sworn in. And he came in 4th place, and it was, how many people ran that year? Seven people. So it was a hotly contested race. There were several incumbents, and he came in 4th. 3rd place was former Delegate Haven Shoemaker. I was greatly involved in his campaign, and but I mean, Josh gave him and the other 2 winners a run for their money. So when he ran in 2022 for District 42, I wasn't quite sure. I wasn't quite sure how things were going to go. If I won, he won. But there was absolutely, I mean, he has been just a tremendous asset to not just Carroll County, but the entire body, and certainly I think to appropriations. The work he did, especially in regards to Blueprint in Carroll County, it's just, we couldn't have done a lot of things without him. I know Delegate Rose and I, we literally begged him to stay and to come back, but he's leaving for all the right reasons. I wish he didn't make so much money outside of session, and we might have been able to keep him. So with that, thank you, Delegate Stanko.
I need to say something.
Mr. Speaker.
There's now more work at the desk. We need to get some more work done here at the desk. Conference Committee report, House Bill 107, or I'm sorry, which one are we doing? House Bill 769. 769, the clerk will read the bill and the Conference Committee report.
House Bill 769, State Board of Social Work Examiners provisional license to practice social work established.
Recognizing the chair of the Conference Committee report, delegate from the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the Conference Committee report, sir.
Question before the House is to adopt the Conference Committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Conference Committee report is adopted. House Bill 769 is on 3rd reading and final passage. Is there any debate? The delegate from Harford County.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Just if this floor could tell me if my understanding is correct, it was 4 years, and then you had to take the test by year 2. But if you didn't pass, you could take the test again somewhere between year 2 and year 4, and you had to pass by year 4. And now, how has that shifted?
Mr. Speaker?
The Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the conference, we amended it so that it is not renewable. You have 2 years for the provisional license, so 2 years to pass the test.
Okay.
If you don't pass the test in 2 years, you can't get a license.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Is there any further debate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 111 votes in the affirmative and 22 votes in the negative, having received a constitutional majority, House Bill 769 is declared passed.
Mr. Speaker.
Is it a vote? Delegate from Eastern Shore.
My button didn't work. I'd like to be recorded in the green on that bill.
All right. Conference Committee report, House Bill 1118. The clerk will read the bill and the Conference Committee report.
House Bill 1118, health insurance and health occupations, perinatal behavioral health conditions, amendment number 1.
Recognizing the chair of the Conference Committee report, the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to accept the Conference Committee report.
Question before the House is to adopt the Conference Committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Conference Committee report is adopted. House Bill 1118 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Would anyone like to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 132 votes in the affirmative and 2 votes in the negative, House Bill 1118, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Back to regular programming. Personal or guest announcements. The delegate from Prince George's County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my anxiousness, I did fail to mention 2 others from the Prince George's delegation that will not be returning. And first, I want to mention one of the longest serving members here in this chamber at this point. Not the longest, but I don't think, but at least one of them. And while we did recognize her a few weeks ago, you can never give enough flowers. And so I want to recognize Ann Healy. Sorry, the permission to use the delegates' names?
Outraged, just terrible. Granted.
Thank you. I want to recognize and publicly thank Delegate Ann Healy for 35 years of service to Prince George's County and also in this chamber. She is leaving but not going away, and so we want to give her additional flowers today while we are giving these recognitions. Secondly, can I get some applause for her? Thank you very much. Secondly, I want to recognize my teammate who has decided not to seek office in this chamber, but hopefully we will see her with the rest of the other members of this chamber who are going across the hall. And so my teammate, Delegate Tiffany Austin, District 24, we look forward to serving with you across the hall and getting our bills passed.
The Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I'm in a very unique position, being that not only was I appointed to this body and one of the newest members from my district, but after this election, because permission to use the delegate's name?
Granted.
Both delegates Healy and Williams are off to other ventures. I'll soon be the senior delegate of that very district. I just want to thank you two for setting such an example of what leadership looks like for our neighbors and the communities of District 22. As Delegate Healy often mentions, we have one of the most diverse districts and communities on all the spectrums you could possibly think of, and it's because of our really intentional leadership working hand in hand with all 7 of our municipalities and our unincorporated areas that we get to be that diverse district. So I just want to thank you all for your service, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the other 2 that are leaving our delegation. Delegate Bawafo and I, many people do not know, he's the longest person I've known in Maryland politics. We went to elementary and middle school together at St. Mary's Landover Hills School and never could have imagined that we would serve in this body together. So congratulations on all the successes for you. And the last person I'm not going to look at because I'm getting emotional. You guys don't really understand. She is the queen of what's right. I don't think you guys realize how deeply she cares about this body and about each and every one of you. As someone who originally served here much shorter than we would have liked, came back despite all of that in the face of so much challenges and decided to step up for her community and continues to show up. Continues to show that redemption is possible here in the state of Maryland. I often joke with her that she's the queen of misfit toys, and I'm proud to be part of that arrangement. She's accepted me as like her little brother, and I just can't wait to call you Senator Tiffany Austin.
Move to
Mr. Speaker.
journalize.
The Vice Chair of Appropriations, then the Minority Whip, and then we'll keep going. The Vice Chair of Appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a really tough act to follow. Permission to use a few delegates' names.
Granted.
One first, the others later. I too want to speak on behalf of Delegate Alston. Some might know from her time here back in 2011 and 12 during her first time of service, we had a little bit of drama, maybe a little bit of distrust. But I'm speaking up for her now because I love her, and I want to tell you a little bit about that. And I always, of course, remain grateful for that vote, that 71st vote back in 2012. When she came back here in 2023 and we were serving on the same committee, I really wasn't sure how it would go. I'm not sure how we would get along, but I think we were there at the the governor's swearing in outside, and she was sitting a few seats away from me. And I extended an olive branch that she returned in kind. But what really happened to me was still I was wondering what would it be like serving on the same committee. And as Delegate Martinez said, I saw Delegate Alston fight and her brilliance during so many hearings and voting sessions. But really what connected me was all those times we would laugh and talk along with Delegate Woods a lot of times in the lunchroom and HGO where all the good food was. Best food, I think, here in the assembly, by the way. And just all those times and all those discussions where I really got to know her. I would tell you that in committee we sat across from each other. And as within caucus 2 weeks ago, I make faces. I have no poker face. And Delegate Alston is always calling me out at those times, and it's just something that we connect on. So I too will miss her, and I want to second everything that Delegate Martinez said. And in wishing, of course, Delegate Alston good luck, and hoping you're across the street. I certainly hope to see Delegate Chang, Delegate Wilson, and Delegate Ruff across the street as well. Good luck to you all.
As a heads up, we will be coming back here at 1:30 just to help people understand that we might be coming back here relatively quickly. The Minority Whip.
My button didn't work on 1118 and 769, recording the green. Thank you.
Delegate from Prince George's County. Then
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be remiss if I did not make this announcement. I don't know if you all had opportunity on New Year's Day to see a performance by a phenomenal person on ABC. I am so happy to have my son from my other son from another mother, and his father, who is Buster Rhymes. And I just want to let you know that we are being joined by Josiah Woods Smith here today. Thank you. He's in the back.
Strike that. Never mind. We're not going to be ending for a little while. The delegate from Prince George's County.
I guess the speaker had a long enough break that we gave her. Welcome back, Madam Speaker. I guess I'll wait till they transition. So I can, okay. Permission to use delegate's name, Madam Speaker.
I don't know. Permission granted.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. So much has been said, but being in a newly appointed delegate, as they stated, you don't know where you'll be put as far as your office, and you just placed wherever. And when I first got a assignment to the office, I had the office with no windows. And there were boxes everywhere. And the first call I got from my suite mate was to move my crap out the way. And I didn't know I had a staff that already came with boxes I did not have. That was our first interaction. But even prior to that, when I was going through my appointment process, and there was some legal matters regarding the Central Committee, she was the first person to reach out and say, hey, I'm a lawyer, let me know if you need anything. And that is the type of woman she is. She's willing to serve whomever, wherever. And the funny thing is, as much as I love you all and love throwing parties, we say the air is serene in 219. She acts like she doesn't like people, but she loves throwing parties. And so we are the party caucus. And so I just want to thank Delegate Alston for being a good introduction to this General Assembly, for what it means to be a kind, sweet mate that I can actually share thoughts with, and we're thankfully politically aligned as well. So when sometimes we don't agree to the left of a fellow delegate, we're sometimes in the middle, and it's always welcome in 219. And so I appreciate her and her bipartisanship. Thank you, Delegate Alston.
Recognizing the delegate from Prince George's, then the delegate from Howard.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Two things. I do want to acknowledge my fellow Prince Georgians who are also moving on to other things, and especially my good friend, permission to use delegate's name, permission to use delegate's name.
Permission granted. We have one more bill that we're going to do, so please don't go anywhere, okay?
I'm going to
go ahead.
I'm going to say, I just want to say something quickly because I really want to pay tribute to Delegate Alston, again, for staying in the game, even when it was hard, even when it was difficult, and even when people were not accepting her, to stay focused and to do the right thing until people notice that she is really who everybody, what you see is what you get. And I appreciate her so much. I also have real serious business now because I have to make an announcement about the Rules Committee. 10 minutes before the next session, we're going to have another rules meeting for a few more re-referrals down by Harriet Tubman in the old House chamber. Thank you.
And recognizing the delegate from Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission is the delegate's name.
Permission granted.
And Delegate Ziegler and myself welcome one of our constituents, Ms. Kat Carter from our District 9A. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, I wanted to recognize two very special people in the gallery to me. One is my youngest daughter, Megan Stinnett, who is a senior student at Frostburg State University, and also my dear friend, in which I'm so glad that she came down, Kenya Fail. Kenya had lost her son tragically last year, and you know, she spends her career as far as protecting young kids for the Baltimore City School Police, and I want to thank you and love you dearly. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, recognizing the delegate from Prince George's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to acknowledge a guest that we have in the back gallery, Mayor Felicia Nimbard, who is the mayor of New Carrollton, which is one of the 7 municipalities located in District 22. Thank you for joining us today on Sine Die.
Thank you. Recognizing the delegate from Prince George's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One more tribute to the young delegate over here. I must say that I didn't know you very well, but I quickly learned that we actually agree on some policies in this body, and I just want you to, and I want to thank you for encouraging what we've created, and I look forward to your participation in Be Real when you are across the hall. Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to start while we wait for one person to get here. We're going to start with one of the calendars. It is the Conference Committee report on House Bill 107. The clerk will read the bill in the Conference Committee report.
House Bill 107, Motor Vehicles Intelligent Speed Assistance System Pilot Program Establishment, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the chair of the Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Move the Conference Committee report.
The question before the House is to adopt the Conference Committee report. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Conference Committee report is adopted. House Bill 107 is on
Madam
third
Speaker.
reading and final passage. Recognizing the delegate from Hartford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Could
You're welcome.
the floor leader just tell us what the conference committee report actually did to the bill?
Gladly. There's a difference. There's a slight clerical error between our version and the Senate version, so it just conforms it.
Okay, it was just a technical error and no substantive changes?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 99 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 107, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker?
We're going to do House third reading calendar number 144. The clerk will read the bill, please.
Take the call.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't take the vote. The clerk will take the roll for quorum. There being 132 members present, the House is now in session. Okay. Yeah, let's just do it. Yep. The clerk will read the bill for House third reading calendar number 144. The clerk will read the first bill, please.
House Bill 13, income tax credit for 911 specialist retirement income, supporting our 911 Specialists Act.
House Bill number 13 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 130 votes in the affirmative and 1 vote in the negative, House Bill number 13, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will be so kind and read the next one, please.
House Bill 1057, Education, Artificial Intelligence Guidelines, Professional Development, and Collaborative Artificial Intelligence Ready Schools Act.
House Bill number 1057 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 124 votes in the affirmative and 11 votes in the negative, House Bill number 1057, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1254, Education Public Schools Service Contracts.
House Bill number 1254, it is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, the system's being funky again.
Okay.
Oh, it's fixed, I think.
Thank you so much for letting me know. Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 102 votes in the affirmative and 33 votes in the negative, House Bill number 1254, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1297, Income Tax Student Loan Debt Relief Tax Credit Alterations.
House Bill number 1297 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Riley, did you record your vote? Yes. Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk would take the call. There being 127 votes in the affirmative and 8 votes in the negative, House Bill number 1297, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Any vote change? Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My button didn't work on House Bill 13. Like to be recorded in the yay, please.
Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On House Bill 1254 to red, please.
Please turn in your yellow slips. The House third reading calendar number 145. The clerk will read the bill, please.
House Bill 44, Election Law, Petitions and Ballot Questions, Contents, Plain Language, Requirement and Procedures.
House Bill number 44 is on third reading and final passage.
Madam
Is there
Speaker.
any debate? Recognizing the lady from Hartford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
Could
welcome.
the floor leader just tell us what this bill does
Floor leader?
in plain language?
Yes. He's going to tell you right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see
Thank you. Good to see you as well.
Not even morning anymore. It's afternoon.
No, we're pushing the day along here. Happy Sine Die.
Yeah, you too.
Now, what's the question?
I'm just wondering if you could use some of that plain language that the title says and tell me what it actually does, what it'll do at the ground level.
Sure. So just to keep it simple, I'm going to read the bill summary for you. The bill requires that petitions and ballot questions be written in plain language. The bill also requires that the full text of measures to be voted on be posted on the websites of the State Board of Elections and local boards of election before each election.
Okay, and is there anything in the bill or outside of the bill that allows for folks to comment, or is there like a public comment period or anything like that where people can say, actually, I don't think that's plain language, I think it's confusing. Is there an opportunity for that?
Great question, and that's what makes one of the reasons this bill is so cool is that there's now a built-in statutory requirement that each plain language consideration for a ballot question will have a 15-day comment period for people to be able to provide feedback before it's certified.
That's awesome. Okay, and then what does that look like? Is there any required response? Or is it more like just let us know how you feel and we'll still do what we want?
So if one of these sections you can look at on page 5, line 18, it kind of goes into that process.
Okay.
And so basically, the state board will make that available for a 15-day comment period. They'll then have 4 days to review those comments that were received and make any necessary changes. What they're really looking for are really technical changes to the ballot language. They're looking for people that maybe the intent of the language is not quite reaching the voter appropriately, and they can make those changes.
Okay.
But no, there is no requirement that they then reach out to the person.
Respond in any way. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for explaining it to us.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
All right. Yes, recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Brief question for the floor leader.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Speaker, I apologize.
Page 3, line
Thank you.
Page 3, line 6. Can you explain the sentence, does not explain the legal mechanism providing for the policy change? What does that mean?
Right. So one of the challenges that we have when we write ballot questions is that many times it's written in legalese. It's written in such a technical way to try to explain what it does, and in such a legal way that the layman at home can't even understand what it is they're voting for, nevertheless whether or not they should vote for or against it. So we're trying to provide a framework inside of that language that says we're not going to get into the legalese of the language. We're going to explain what it does and what the outcome will be should you vote for or against the ballot question.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. The clerk will take the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative. 1 second. House Bill number 44, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Recognizing the gentleman from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that, my button didn't work. Be recorded in the green, please.
Sure. Make sure you turn in your yellow slip. So we're going to do the next bill next. So the clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 653, income tax subtraction modification for public safety retirement income amount.
So House Bill 653 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 135 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, House Bill number 653, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Will the clerk be so kind and read the next bill?
House Bill 1020, State Police Retirement System, mandatory retirement age alteration.
House Bill number 1020 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative and 1 vote in the negative, House Bill number 1020, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Conference Committee report. It is regarding House Bill number 1532. The clerk will read the bill in the Conference Committee report.
Was that House Yeah, please. House Bill 1532, Utility Relief, Reducing Energy Load Inflation for Everyday Families Act, Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the chair of the Conference Committee report, the chair of the Environment and Transportation Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm
You're
looking to you
welcome.
here. I think it makes sense for us to adopt the conference report and then have an extended dialogue on it. Is that procedurally what would make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I would just move the conference report, subject to further comment on that in a moment.
So the question before the House is to adopt the Conference Committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Conference Committee report is adopted. House Bill 1532 is on third reading and final passage. Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And often we just routinely say thank you, Madam Speaker, but I do really want to thank you and your staff and the committee staff, the Department of Legislative Services, the Amendment Office, and the Senate and the Governor for all their work on this very large bill. And it's a large bill because it's a large issue. Some people are complaining that it's too large. Those people might be in the Amendment Office, maybe a few people on this floor. But the reason it's a large bill is because the issue is of so much importance to our constituents, and that issue is energy affordability. The bill that is going to come out, the conference report that's before you, is very similar to what passed the House, which passed 108 to 25, with 25% of the minority party voting in favor of it. A lot of the talk we're going to hear in the press or maybe on this floor is that the average savings of this bill is just $150 to $200 per ratepayer, and that is really the bare minimum. That represents the savings from the changes we are making to the Electric Empower Maryland program. Of course, the changes in this bill are much more significant. That does not include other short-term savings, such as no longer allowing the utilities to charge all of us and our ratepayers for the privilege of joining a regional transmission organization. It does not include the savings to ratepayers of no longer allowing utilities to shift excessive compensation to ratepayers instead of paying for it out of corporate profits. It does not include the change to forecast test years, which we know, based on pending rate cases, will be a very important change because this bill will stop the PSC from this year making any forecast test year decisions, which is a speculative rate-making tool that has been driving up our utility costs. And those are some things we know will have some short-term costs. There's a lot of medium and long-term benefits to this bill. No one can sit here today and tell us how much our ratepayers are going to save from having more generation in the state of Maryland as this bill will bring about. No one can sit here today and tell us how much ratepayer savings this bill will bring, even though it will, from changes to the large load tariff and many, many other provisions to address the short, medium, and long-term challenges. And I do just want to note that since we started session, the world has kept on moving, right? And so we are doing what we can today to help the state of Maryland, but the problem we're trying to help with is not a Maryland problem. It's not even a PJM regional problem. It's not even a national problem. It is now, thanks to what's going on globally, a global problem, right? What happens in the Straits of Hormuz has an effect on what happens to our energy prices in Maryland. We need to be cognizant of that. I do want to go through some of the highlights of the conference committee report, and I'll just note that you all received on Saturday a detailed summary of what was in the report, and then yesterday the actual language. We can't always do that with conference reports, especially on the last day of session. That's not always possible, but we tried to give as much information as early as possible to be fair in this process. So I just want to hit a few highlights of what is in the conference report before you. The bill modifies the Empower Maryland program by reducing the goal to 1.75% reduction each year for the 27 through 29 cycle, removes gas and power entirely, and allows for 3 years community solar to count towards the goal, as well as allocating alongside the budget $100 million to pay down the first $100 million in costs of the Empower Maryland program, and helps us shift to a third-party program administrator for Empower Maryland. It prohibits the Public Service Commission from approving a requested rate increase that is based on a forecast test year in a base rate proceeding from the time this bill passes, because it is an emergency bill, by the time it is signed into law, until April 1st, 2027. And again, this is an emergency law, so that will take effect immediately. The bill on multi-year rate plans generally prohibits reconciliation and cost-sharing mechanisms in multi-year rate plans used by electric and gas companies unless they benefit the ratepayers. As I mentioned, the bill adopts House provisions related to supervisor compensation and ensuring that excessive compensation is charged to corporate profits and not to ratepayers. The bill includes a net energy metering transition ahead of the cap we have on net energy metering, meaning future costs will be avoided as a result. Future costs for our ratepayers will be avoided as a result of these changes, and authorizes up to 20 megawatts, an increase from 10 megawatts of community solar to be located on adjacent parcels of land. As I mentioned, the bill eliminates the ability of utilities to charge our ratepayers for the pleasure of joining a regional transmission organization. The bill alters our large load tariff, including what is covered by that tariff, as well as the threshold for joining that tariff, putting us more in line with our neighbors in the region. The bill expands the Public Service Commission's Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity jurisdiction to include underground transmission lines, and requires an applicant for a CPCN to include in its application evidence that the applicant considered as part of its internal planning process specified transmission planning processes, including the use of advanced transmission technologies. The bill requires the Public Service Commission to establish a data center registry for new or expanded interconnection of such large load customers. The bill requires the Public Service Commission to develop a voluntary clean capacity rating program for data centers that want to bring their own incremental, clean, and non-emitting energy resources, including small modular nuclear resources. The bill establishes and allows the Clean Energy Center to run a green nonprofit program to provide no-interest loans to nonprofit organizations.
Can we listen, please?
And the bill includes a version of language offered by the minority leader on the state budget to ensure accountability for those nonprofits that are benefiting from the program. The bill transfers administration of the Electric Universal Service Program from the Public Service Commission to the Office of Home Energy Programs and expands access to that program to those not currently eligible under federal law. The bill requires the Maryland Energy Administration to conduct 2 annual competitive low bid auctions in fiscal years 27 and 28 to award grants to eligible bidders to fund renewable energy generation and energy storage in the state of Maryland, authorizing $100 million a year of alternative compliance payment revenue for projects that are necessary, that require these funds in order to be funded. The bill requires notice to be provided by certified mail to specified property owners and adjacent property owners when a CPCN application is filed with the Public Service Commission to construct a transmission line. The bill requires prevailing wage as specified on any person that submits an application for approval of the construction of a solar energy generating station that hits a certain threshold.
The gentleman from Western Maryland is very happy.
The bill authorizes portable solar energy generating systems. The bill makes alterations to our retail energy market. Specifically, it allows retail electricity supply price limits as a percentage of the electric company's standard offer service rate as of the date of the agreement. The rates to be permissible are for up to a term of 23 months, 100% of standard offer service, for a term of 24 to 35 months, 105% of standard offer service, and for a term of up to 36 months, 110% of standard offer service. The bill prohibits data centers in certain tax increment financing districts in certain jurisdictions of the state. And the bill specifies allocations from the Strategic Energy Investment Fund that are consistent with the appropriations in the fiscal 2027 budget and makes other authorized uses of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, including to provide $9 million in DRIVE Act incentives to ensure that DRIVE Act obligations do not fall on ratepayers in the future. I know there will be many other questions and there are many other provisions of the bill, but with that, I urge the body to vote in favor of the final passage of the Utility Relief Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And I want to just take a minute, if I may, Mr. Minority Leader, to share a few words about the chair of the Environment and Transportation Committee, the hard work and all the hours that he dedicated to this when it was a new subject matter to his committee. Also his committee, entire committee, and the delegate from Montgomery County, my brother from another mother, the work done on it, and the lady from Montgomery County as well. Thank you for your hard work. We wouldn't have been here if it weren't for your work. And from the House, Dwayne, thank you so much. And committee, the lawyer for the Environment and Transportation Committee as well, and the Amendment Office, and Ross, and CT, Steve as well. Look, it takes a lot of work to put these bills. This bill was over 100 pages. 100 pages, and it's really very comprehensive, and I believe this is the crown jewel for this session. We really deliver, okay? And you'll see that I believe in the end, the long-term effect, it's going to make a difference. It is really a bill for the community, not the utilities. We support the utilities, but we must be balanced and sensible. So I want to thank you very much on behalf of my team. Now I recognize the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Speaker.
welcome.
I appreciate that. I also extend my appreciation to the chair of the Environment and Transportation Committee for all the information he's provided, as transparent as what he's tried to be. I've told him this. I don't want to embarrass him. I've had the fortune in life to work with an awful lot of very intelligent people, whether in large law firms representing businesses, dealing with experts, and a lot of very intelligent people in these rooms. I would dare say, in my personal estimation, the chair of the committee is one of the smartest and most intellectually capable people I've ever worked with, and I appreciate that very much. I don't agree with him on everything, though, and now is the time where we get to talk about those things. If you wouldn't mind, my friend, if I had a couple questions, and I'm working, as I indicated to you, off of what the conference committee report final posture summary was provided to us a day or two ago, just so you may or may not work off of that, but I just wanted to let you know where I was gleaning that from.
It's time to disprove your own proposition.
Well, we'll see. You had indicated that the cost savings were estimated at least $150 a month, and I inferred from that statement and other statements I've heard over this process in the last few weeks that $150 number is based upon the estimated cost savings for the average consumer in terms of the reduction of the Empower surcharge. Is that where that number comes from?
The electric Empower surcharge.
The electric Empower surcharge. So you're going to reduce about $12.50 a month. Could be a little more, could be a little less. We're going to say an average consumer is getting a $12.50 a month cut if you're an electric consumer for the Empower surcharge. That cost-saving estimate, though, by 2030 would by necessity then change, correct? Because we're going back to increasing the greenhouse gas emission targets for Empower under the bill in a few years.
Yeah, so Empower works in 3-year cycles, and so we are reducing the goal to 1.75% for the next 3-year cycle. It was, under current law, supposed to go to 2.5%. Instead of doing that, we're bringing it down. And then, yes, after this next 3-year cycle, it will start to phase back up. Under current law, or excuse me, under this bill, 0.25% a cycle. Of course, as you know, we're here every year, and so we can always make adjustments to that in the future if we think that's too fast or too slow.
They could, but it would be fair to say that by the 2030 cycle year, that $12.50 a month estimate is going to go down. The savings are going to go down because you're going to increase. And by that, is it fair for me to logically infer that, in fact, we're acknowledging that the Empower greenhouse gas reduction target actually increases cost to the consumer?
So there is a direct cost benefit from lowering the Empower goal. There is an indirect cost benefit from having Empower. Right? So this is a little complicated, but the point of Empower is not just to give you maybe a rebate for your home or me some money for weatherization, right? It's to reduce the overall amount of electricity that is being used. And that is a good thing because we know we have a supply and demand problem, right? You like to talk a lot about supply. I'll talk a little about demand, right? So the demand is how much electricity we are using. So increased Empower, increased conservation, right, is good for everyone's electric prices because a big part of the driver right now, what's happening in our energy markets, is that increase in demand. And so, yes, you're right, there is a direct benefit to sort of turning down the dial on the Empower goal a little bit. There's also an indirect cost, which is that we'll be using more electricity. So as it goes back up, yes, you're right, some of that savings will go down, but there's also an indirect benefit because we will be conserving more and using less energy overall.
And I understand that under the original concept of Empower, which to my understanding was about encouraging and in fact subsidizing in many ways more energy efficient appliances, from light bulbs to your dishwasher and a variety of ways to weatherize your home so that you didn't need to turn the heat up to 72 degrees because your home had better insulation, you had better R-rated or thermal rated windows, things of that nature. The greenhouse gas emission targets, that's the part that's being changed in the bill. How is it that the greenhouse gas emission targets of Empower change people's energy use? Do they use less energy if it's from a windmill than if it's from a coal plant in Pennsylvania?
So again, it's actually not about the source of the generation between your windmill and your coal plant. It's about how much energy you're using overall. Wherever you're drawing it from, it's a question of using less energy. And so you're right, Empower, a few years ago, before it was in the committee that I chair, did have a change from being a straight sort of electricity consumption reduction goal to a more blended rate that included a calculation of greenhouse gas emission reductions. But many of the programs you described, the light bulbs, the efficient appliances, the weatherization, that's all still part of how we reach that goal. So those things all work together.
Let me ask you about forecast test years. So this year, forecast test years are going to be essentially held in abeyance, and the PSC is going to conduct a study, if I understand it, and they're going to come back with some information as to whether forecast test years. And I have to be honest with you, I can really see some of the logical underpinnings of let's eliminate forecast test years and actually go off of what was really spent, or let's at least have a more efficient mechanism for if you had a forecast test year and said you were going to spend $1 billion and we built that into the rates and you only spent $800 million, there should be a much more immediate rate relief mechanism than what there was. But for practical purposes, the forecast test year 1 year pause, is there any direct analysis of what a cost savings that would be for the average consumer or ratepayer in Maryland?
Madam Speaker, I'm not waiting for you to acknowledge me. I hope that's okay. I'm just
No,
trying
go
to have-
ahead.
okay,
I am just letting it be.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It flows better.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam
And
Speaker.
I unfortunately usually turn my back. That's not
It's
not a
okay.
negative. That's so that
no,
I can
no,
see.
no.
So I'm
Listen,
not. Thank you.
you go ahead and get your answers.
Great. Yeah, I don't have a direct projection I can give you, but we do know there are some forecast test year proceedings, base rate proceedings currently pending and being proposed by a number of utilities, and those will not be allowed to go forward this year when this emergency bill is signed into law. And so they will have to get their pencils out, and if they want to go for a rate increase, use what they used for 120 years before they had forecast test years, which is use historic test years and other methods that they have to put forward. But there will be a savings from this. I know you may not necessarily credit this data, but the Office of People's Counsel has done a lot of work on this to show what some of the fair rate increases, I almost said fair increases because I'm talking to you, rate increases have been over the years as a result of forecast test years.
Okay, yeah, I don't normally go to the Office of People's Counsel for the most unbiased information I would use,
Yeah,
but I do appreciate them saying...
My counsel would be to check the footnotes there because, of course, you might not like the heading at the top, but they, of course, source their work.
And I do appreciate it. I'm just wondering, so the end game, we can't really give a specific cost estimate for what that 1 year delay will be, and we don't know because we're punting that to the PSC whether or not they would choose to use forecast test year models in the future. They just can't use it for 1 year. Is that the bill?
Under this bill, that is the case. Now, I've been told that no legislature in the country has taken action on forecast test years, and I think that's about to change. So we can always come back in the future and make some other changes if that's what we decide makes the most sense for helping ratepayers.
The utility compensation recovery, we did that in a bill. It might have been HB1. I can't remember. It was so long ago. We talked about that. My understanding is that the Senate passed a version that said, hey, we're limiting the cost recovery provisions to compensation above a certain level for what they viewed to be executives. Folks who, maybe like you and I, maybe wore a suit and tie, they came to the big Constellation building in downtown Baltimore, maybe came to a big TEDCO building somewhere probably in your district, maybe in the Bethesda area. Those folks, their compensation would not be able to be built into ratepayers at X level, but people who were just viewed themselves as supervisors, maybe people who went out and got in a truck and rode around and supervised folks, worked long hours. The Senate's version would have allowed those types of individuals' compensation to be included in rate paying. What was the conference committee report take on that?
Sure. So first of all, I think PEPCO's headquarters is in Washington, D.C., and Constellation is not covered by this provision because Constellation is not an electric utility. Constellation is a competitor.
They're in the Constellation building, which I'm sure chaps them.
Oh, okay. So yeah, BG&E, and of course PEPCO is also owned by
They're in the
Exelon,
same
as is Delmarva. Exelon owns quite a lot of utilities in the state of Maryland. The provision as it's before you is exactly the same as it passed the House on a standalone basis with bipartisan support and passed the House as part of our earlier Energy Utility Relief Act with bipartisan support.
And my recollection is the estimate for how much that was saving the average ratepayer every month by doing that was 80 cents a month. That's what was, I think, discussed previously.
I'll trust your word on that. I know there was a lot of numbers being batted back and forth. I know the utilities, provided some different numbers that varied depending on the exact definitions used. But as long as we agree there is a ratepayer savings, I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I think there will be. I think it'll be about $10 a year, somewhere in that range, $10 a year from limiting the inclusion of that compensation into a rate formula. Regional transmission organization mandate. I was just upstairs. I don't want to, hold this off from a delegate. My friend, the chair of the committee, myself, the speaker, we were just upstairs. I got a chance to listen to the bill and listen to the governor's thoughts on the bill and your thoughts, a lot of people's thoughts. And one of the things that was brought up is we're not going to have to pay for utility companies to belong to regional transmission organizations. Regional transmission organization, that's like PJM. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so how much money is that going to save the average ratepayer that they can't build in their participation in the PJM system as part of their operating costs?
Yeah, so thanks for asking about this provision, because we're copying actually the great state of Ohio, right? So it's a bipartisan effort that's been undertaken to say, why are we allowing these electric utilities to charge our customers under a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission process? So it's not our PSC that permits it, it's FERC that permits it for joining something they're going to join anyway. The number's in the tens of millions of dollars that it saves annually, but I'm not getting the exact answer. But it's tens of millions of dollars a year. Of course, you're going to give me some, quick math about how little that is for all the ratepayers, and I'll just say again, as long as it's a savings for the ratepayers, I feel pretty good about it.
And I understand that. I like very much, as you know, and we've had many, many conversations on and offline over the years, I very much like to be accurate. I like to, when I stand up and I tell people we saved you money, I like to know what that means, because for some people, saving me $5 a month is a lifeline. And for some people, saving me $5 a month, if they think that you've cost them $100 extra a month, is a slap in the face. And that's individuals' decisions to make as to whether or not they think this is real or whether they think that this is de minimis. But it's important for us to tell them what it's really going to calculate out to.
And Leader, so I can be accurate, if that's all right?
Sure.
It's $20 million a year.
$20 million a year is what's paid by our Maryland operating utilities to belong to PJM, and now they're not going to be able to include that in their rate process.
No. That's not what they pay to join PJM. That is what they charge the ratepayers for voluntarily joining PJM, right? So they are allowed to charge the ratepayers, irrespective of what, if anything, they have to pay PJM. They get this kicker through a FERC process, a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission process. We are saying that will no longer be permitted.
Do they get to actually charge their real hard costs as demonstrated through their accounting departments of what they paid to participate in PJM as part of the rate making process?
I will find out for you. I'm pretty sure that's rate basable, but I'm not positive off the top of my head, but I will find out.
Okay, so the difference then would be between the $20 million just bonus number, I'm not saying made up, but a number that's always there, versus what their actual hard costs are for participation in the organization.
Yeah, the idea of it was an incentive, because originally they want to incentivize people joining the regional transmission organizations. I think this came out from a 2004 or 2005 energy bill from Congress, and so it just doesn't make sense for us to continue permitting that.
Okay, so there's a difference there. We're not sure exactly what it is because we don't have privy right now to what they actually pay to participate in PJM. Whatever they actually pay, they can still write off. They can still not write off, but they can include in their rate-making process.
I said I'll get confirmation for you on that, but this is a incentive for them to join. This is not about the actual cost that they incur for joining.
Large load customer tariffs, the committee narrative suggests that there are certain industrial facilities that are being exempted from the large load tariff requirement, where we're reducing, if you want to have to pay a differentiated rate from energy as opposed to just being a regular customer on the grid. Before, you had to use 100 megawatts, 80% load factor. Now it's being reduced down to 25 megawatts at a 60% load factor. But it says that certain industries or industrial facilities were exempted from that. Do you have a recollection as to what those facilities were, either if it's not very many in specific or if it's a large category in general?
Yeah, it's specifically spelled out in the conference report, but hospitals are a good example. Other, manufacturing facilities, other facilities that we didn't want caught up in this. We wanted to continue to treat them as industrial customers as opposed to putting them under this large load tariff. And I'll just note on the threshold reductions that you described, that puts us in line with many surrounding states, including Virginia, which is, of course, the large load capital of the known universe, right?
Yeah,
so
I mean, the data centers
are with them.
Powering Loudoun's economy, for better or for worse. They used to think up until 2 years ago it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. They became one of the richest counties in America, and now they have some concerns. I get that. But it would include manufacturers. And one of my concerns is in my region of the state, a lot of times the manufacturers say, I'm not coming to Maryland, to Washington County, to Allegheny County, to even maybe parts of Frederick County, because in part the utility costs are higher than what they are in Pennsylvania or West Virginia. I can get the same value. I'm in the same markets. And I can just site my manufacturing facility 10, 15 miles away in any direction. So manufacturing facilities are not going to be caught up into the differentiated rate for large load tariffs?
Correct. Manufacturing, ag, hospitals are all excluded.
Let me interrupt for a second. May I have the Appropriations Committee, please? Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Speaker, can we just pull the Appropriations Committee off the floor for a minute to vote?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And they all have to wear their hats. Is that correct, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
That's what the chair just said. He said, everybody put your hats on. So I didn't, yeah.
And you have to wear mine, Minority Leader, to make your argument.
I'm gonna take a hard pass on that one. I like it, but I wouldn't do it justice the way I'm sure you did. I note that the delegate from Baltimore said he doesn't have a hat on. I'm just saying. Now let's return to the energy portion of today's program. Those are nice.
You can continue. And this is going to be sort of like this today. We need just a little flexibility, right? So thank you for being flexible. Go ahead, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I
You're
want to
welcome.
talk to you for a moment, the chair of the committee, about data centers. Data centers are going to be required to have a registration process under this new bill, correct?
Yes.
What exactly will they have to register? What kind of information would they have to provide and why?
Sure. Things like their location, their expected energy uses, their sources of energy, whether or not this is a duplicative request, because we're dealing with this very complicated phantom load problem where we have the same data center sort of saying they're going to be put at multiple locations, which drives up PJM's forecast for us, which drives up our costs of electric supply. That's part of the capacity auction run-up that you've heard about. It also requires them to talk about water, if I haven't mentioned that yet, their source of water, their water usage. The reason for that is because I think many Marylanders, whatever they think of data centers, want to know where they're going to be and what they're going to look like and what the potential impacts are. And this is, in a way, getting a little bit ahead of some of the work PJM is trying to do to bring some control around the high growth in data centers.
What are the protections for related confidential data?
Yeah, so I think there's going to be a process put in place to ensure that if they have sort of proprietary business data, they're able to sort of continue to protect that. And it's a delicate balance, Mr. Leader. I mean, you and I both work for businesses. We also represent voters and constituents, right? And so there's a really delicate balance between what businesses should be sort of mandated to tell right away versus what we want a little bit more more control on to allow them to continue doing their business. So there'll be a process put in place to allow them to figure out what makes sense to them to have to disclose immediately versus things that they can keep protected a little while longer.
And that process will be through a PSC regulation. It's not spelled out exactly what's confidential, what's not. Because I could see that saying, hey, we're also talking about putting the same data center in 3 different states. Whoever gives us the best deal, the most economic way to get there, we're going to do it. But I could also see an argument that they would make of, if we give away too much of that information, we have competitors in the field as well, and now they're piggybacking on our siting operations. And so the PSC is going to come up in coordination with the industry. They're going to promulgate a rule that will sort of divine what that is and what it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, there are some provisions in the bill that speak to it with a little more specificity, but generally, yes, we're leaving it to subject matter experts to find that right sort of specific line-by-line distinction.
My understanding is that differently than what we did in the original House bill that people here may have voted for or against a month or so ago, the Senate and now the Conference Committee report put language in that incentivizes data centers and perhaps other large load customers as yet unidentified, that they get certain fast tracks, they get certain incentivization to come if they can hit their peak load or at least 80% of their peak load through what's called clean energy. Is that fair?
Yeah, clean, not emitting. And so, of course, clean includes a lot of things that I would consider clean. It also includes like small nuclear modular, for example.
That's what I wanted to get to. So it includes nuclear, would be counting for clean energy.
Yeah, to be clear, it has to be incremental, meaning new. So they can't just plug in at Calvert Cliffs and say, okay, we've met 80 to 100% of our peak load, because we're obviously already using that electricity. So it would have to be a new, an incremental, non-emitting clean energy source.
So the provision enabling, or I'll say the word fast tracking, incentivizing data centers to come, it will not, and they have to bring their own energy, it won't apply to a data center using existing energy from the Calvert Cliffs nuclear facility.
That's right. So they have to meet a number of requirements to get this slight prioritization on things like their CPCN review, their Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity review, their interconnection review, their large load review, right? So there's a bunch of things they have to do, including 80 to 100% of their peak energy use has to come from a incremental, so new, clean, not emitting resource. There's also some other provisions, including, for example, paying prevailing wage, which I know you're going to give me a hard time about next.
About that. Yeah, so clean energy, does it include natural gas? So if someone came to Maryland and said, hey, I want to put a data center here. I also want to build a new natural gas plant across the parking lot that's going to feed me directly.
Yeah,
I'm
so-
willing to do it with union labor. Would they get this benefit?
Thanks for the question. That is not a non-emitting incremental resource, but of course they could still do that. They just would not get part of the prioritization program. So that's of course still allowed in the state of Maryland, despite some rhetoric on the House floor.
So the only new energy sources that would enable a data center developer to get this incentivization, not saying that it's mandatory they have to do it, but in order to get ahead of the queue, the extra points, however you want to look at it, they'd have to power the data center with wind, with solar, or with new nuclear. Is there anything else?
Yeah, you can do battery storage. There's a few other probably tiny things, but generally it's going to be the things you just...
In the committee's research, is there anywhere in the entire globe where a data center is powered through cogeneration, direct from the energy source to the data center, not fed into the grid, from a windmill or a solar panel?
So first of all, good news, if it's not possible, if it doesn't exist, nothing happens. So don't worry about it. It's just to get prioritization. That said, as you know, this is a very rapidly developing area. Data centers today are different than even when we were all fighting about this 9 months ago, 12 months ago. So I think there'll be lots of future opportunity to do exactly the type of thing anticipated by this legislation, even if I can't point to an example in Loudoun County today.
Okay, so I agree with what you're saying, technologies, that's the Republican response. We think technology solves all problems if you let it work. But today, sitting here in 2026, there's nowhere where there's a windmill or a solar panel that's directly generating a data center. It just doesn't happen.
Well, certainly a single windmill or a single solar panel would not
1,000,
generate
a million. To my knowledge, I looked into it pretty closely. I talked to some data center people. This doesn't exist anywhere in this country where wind or solar are directly tied to data center development.
Yet this was a provision many in the data center industry were advocating for. So
that's strange. I'd have to talk to them again, because I got to be honest with you, a lot of people in this room, Republicans alike, will like this. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be any data centers coming to Maryland. Data centers aren't coming to Maryland. Whatever's here may finish out their construction, but they aren't coming. Let's talk a little bit about green and renewable energy efficiency for nonprofits loan program. Is there $5 million? It's over 2 fiscal years. It's a forward authorization. That's my understanding, at least. $5 million for no interest loans to nonprofit organizations. And what do those nonprofit organizations do with that $5 million?
the idea is that they're going to convert to clean energy or do improved energy efficiency to, again, help us meet some of our affordability challenges.
At their own building?
Yes.
So we're not providing no interest loans to for-profit companies or other businesses to do this. It's only for the nonprofit corporations. They're going to get the no interest loan to put solar panels on or do whatever they want to do. I don't know. Maybe you could put a big windmill on the roof. I'm not sure. They'll get these loans. And is there some list of what the nonprofit organizations that will qualify, or is it just anybody that's a nonprofit can participate?
There are some qualifications in the bill, including some qualifications we added based on language you worked on the House floor on the budget,
right,
to ensure that these nonprofits were registered with the Secretary of State if they were supposed to be, and so forth. So we wanted to make sure we included some of those accountability provisions that were so important to you and your caucus.
And I appreciate that. I want to confirm that. I appreciate that. The data center question, I was getting that right. The incentivization for green energy is only if it's a direct feeder. It's not that you're feeding into the grid, because you can't tell the difference in the electrons from a windmill versus those ugly, terrible coal plants in Pennsylvania that power our entire state economy. You can't tell the difference once the electron's in the grid.
So those don't power our entire state economy, but it doesn't have to be co-located. It doesn't have to be co-located. It has to be in what's called the service area, which is a sort of a PJM defined term of a larger geographic space than just like directly next door or on the same property as the data center.
Okay, so you could build windmills and solar panels in a region, however that's defined by PJM.
Or a small modular nuclear.
Or a small modular nuclear reactor. They're, unfortunately, we still some years away. But you could build...
I believe in technological progress.
We believe in it, but I just don't believe in it this year. We could put more windmills, more solar panels up within what the PSC defines as a region. It feeds into the grid, and then the data center could come there where the windmills and the solar panels are, and say we get better incentivized because we added wind and solar within this region?
They can meet the prioritization under this bill, yes.
Yeah. And almost all of the, well, I know this for a fact, all of the wind in this state, all of the wind, every single electron that's generated by a windmill in this state is in Garrett and Allegheny counties. Is that fair?
I believe that is where the land-based windmills in the state of Maryland largely are, absent some small project on someone's farm somewhere that I'm not.
Right. I can see it from my house. I mean, they're the only ones that exist
Well, that's
where
a
we
very
live.
loaded quote to use.
Well, it's true. I can see it from my house. I can see West Virginia from my office. Unlike Sarah Palin, those things are both factually accurate. And solar tends largely megawatt capacity solar, not community solar, not rooftop solar. Significant megawatt utility level solar. It tends to go in more rural areas in Maryland. Is that fair?
There is certainly solar in rural areas, just as I have solar on my roof in my suburban area, and we see solar on the tops of grocery stores in more urban areas. So we have it in all parts of the state, and this bill makes no change to the provisions last year that set rules and regulations sort of capping the amount in the priority ag areas and so forth.
But to produce 25 megawatts of energy for a new data center or whatever, you'd probably have to have a tremendous amount of solar panels, and they'd have to be over quite a bit of space. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay, and they wouldn't just go on somebody's rooftop at a grocery store. I mean, they'd have to go into a large field type area.
Well, I mean, it just depends on how the project works. You could aggregate from a bunch of different sources within the service territory. So there's lots of different options there. But yes, I mean, yes, we have a lot of opportunity to get clean energy from large-scale, utility-scale solar. And this bill actually does want to incentivize that. I'm not going to hide from that. We want more utility-scale solar in the state of Maryland. We want more generation in the state of Maryland. We have to do it within the confines of respecting our rural communities and the limits that were put in place last year to make sure 100% of a priority preservation area isn't covered with solar. We have it capped at 5%. But yeah, we want more solar in Maryland.
Are there any large-scale solar projects in, say, Montgomery County, like in the upland? I know it's a beautiful area. I really like going through the Clarksburg, that area. Looks very rural, looks very similar, quite frankly, without some kind of the mountains to where I live. Are there any large rural project, or excuse me, large solar projects in that preserved area, agriculture area in Montgomery County?
So the agricultural reserve is about the top third of our county. It's our PPA, our priority preservation area, and there are a number of solar projects currently there and under development there.
Do you have any idea what the percentage is of the acreage within that region?
I don't, but of course it'll be capped at 5%. Yeah.
Okay. The alternative compliance fee auctions, the methodology that's set up taking $100 million of money that was in CEF and using it for an alternative compliance fee auction provision, is that rated or scored or estimated by the experts as having any cost to the ratepayer, beneficial or negative?
I believe, well, so first of all, of course, I do want to acknowledge the alternative compliance payments come from ratepayers, right? They are a cross-subsidy from ratepayers. So as you know, right now we have renewable energy requirements. Many of the utilities are not meeting those requirements, and so because they're not meeting those requirements, they have to pay those alternative compliance payments. That is in large part what has been funding the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. That's gotten a lot of talk on this House floor, and so we want to use a subset of that money to try to incentivize more clean energy generation in the state of Maryland. I think that'll be a benefit to ratepayers because more generation is a positive for ratepayers, as many of you are constantly reminding me on the floor.
But the alternative compliance payments, I just want to make sure that we got that from what you just said. The alternative compliance payments are because you've created a scheme or a system that says you have to produce, you have to use so much green energy, predominantly wind and solar. There are some other things that qualify, but predominantly wind and solar. You have to use so much of this, utility companies. And if you don't actually use it, you have to go through the REC process where you say that you're purchasing the RECs to demonstrate that someone out there produced wind and solar, they paid into the grid, or they delivered into the grid, and now you're paying them money through these RECs. And if you don't do that because it's not economically feasible for you, you can make an alternative compliance payment, which I would assume, being corporations, that they would do only if the cost of buying the green energy or the cost of buying the green energy plus the REC exceeded the cost of the alternative compliance payment. Is that fair?
Sure. So first of all, the utilities, of course, can't generate power themselves. They always have to buy it from merchant generators. They generally are mostly buying RECs. You're right. That's normally how this works. If the RECs are more costly than the ACP, the alternative compliance payment, they might choose to pay the alternative compliance payment instead. Now, in the case of the $200 million identified for the auction, that's already happened, right? That's money that's already in the Strategic Energy Investment Fund from that happening in prior years. But we want to reinvest that money to get more generation, so that's no longer the case. So that instead of having these ACPs be paid, we want more clean energy options, so that will lower the price, right, as we increase the supply.
So you raised everybody's costs because the alternative compliance payments are paid for by the ratepayer. So we raised everybody's bills by saying we need more green energy, and now we're going to take the money that the people paid you in excess of what they would have paid without the green energy mandate and say we're going to take some of that money and use it to incentivize more green energy?
We work to reduce pollution in the state of Maryland, GHGs and other greenhouse gases and other pollutants, which come from many of these sources, by saying we want more renewable energy. Now, it has worked out in the last couple of years that there's been a bit of an imbalance, and so we want to reinvest the money to get back into balance and have more clean energy generation in the state of Maryland.
And that has an immediate effect of raising people's bills. That is an immediate effect. You can argue that 20 years from now, 100 years from now, it'll be great, we'll be cleaner, we'll be greener, the world will be safer, the waters shall not rise. But I do think we have to be honest. By doing that, we are clearly raising people's bills right now in real time.
I'm not sure it works in real time quite the way you're describing. I'm not sure it's a direct one-to-one. If we do X, then Y happens. But yes, I agree with you. We want more clean energy on the grid so we can help bring down those prices and have less alternative compliance payments. That's why you support this reverse auction provision, to put that money to work to get more solar generation and other renewable generation in the state of Maryland.
But see, I don't support alternative compliance payments because I don't support my consumers having to pay money to their utility company to not purchase energy that they didn't purchase, but they just pay it to the state of Maryland because we want to have a green energy program that doesn't work, and then we take the money and we pay it for more green energy. So I can't support that because I don't support alternative compliance payments.
Leader, neither you or I were here in the Governor Ehrlich era when the RPS was first set up. I'm sure we can go back in time and have a great debate about that, but this is where we are now, and we're trying to put these alternative compliance payments to work to have more clean energy generation in Maryland.
Does the bill now require that larger than 2 megawatts solar energy generation imposes prevailing wage requirements? So someone who wants to build a 2 megawatt or more solar generating array, they now have to use prevailing wage?
Yes, because we want to see more economic benefits to these programs for Marylanders, not less.
The solar, I really don't know how this works. So the solar developer that goes out and builds their 2 megawatt, 3 megawatt, 5 megawatt array, when they charge the price for the energy into the grid, does the costs of the construction of their project factor into what they can charge?
So a few things. One, this provision has been debated before. It's an existing law that we're tightening up to make work a little bit better. But how the solar industry works is a little complicated. They get a lot of different benefits and tax credits. They get net energy metering, all sorts of things. So generally,
I thought we cut all the tax credits in D.C.
Well, you didn't cut them immediately, you didn't cut them retroactively. So actually, there's still quite a few tax credits filtering through the system, and I think in some cases, projects have till July of 2027
I think that's right.
in order to benefit from those tax credits. But yes, I know, as always, you want to make the case that if we do a pro-worker provision, it might have some cost on whoever is benefiting from that project. And I'm not going to say that there's no cost, but I'm also going to say there's a lot of value. We want Marylanders to do better. We think paying people a prevailing wage is a good thing.
And I do too, except for this. When me paying you a prevailing wage means that my electric bill goes up, it also means that your electric bill goes up because you get your energy from the same grid, you worker, and we reach a point in time where you have to look at what the real cost benefits of this are. Most states, I would say, that are doing a better job of this would say, hey, we're trying to get energy to you safely, reliably, and affordably. We're not trying to build in all of our thoughts about labor policy and environmental policy into all of our energy costs because they make it less affordable. And we can have, I understand the policy argument of we want to have increased labor costs because it's an economic development program. We want to have increased environmental regulations because it makes us feel good, we're clean, we're green, we're saving the earth for my grandchildren, whatever that is.
Well, we're also saving Marylanders who have asthma or other breathing problems from pollution. So I know you want to make it all about future generations and the earth, but reducing pollution is good at the local level as well. Let me just say, I appreciate what you're saying. It's not a factual question. It's just a philosophical difference. Now, where exactly that line should be drawn between balancing our support for workers, our support for the environment, our support for ratepayers, which we do want to benefit, and is largely what this bill does, there's no exact science to it. And I know there's just a philosophical disagreement about how much we should do of these other types of things besides just affordability. We just tried to strike the right balance with this bill. Appreciate that you don't think we got there, but that's what this bill is trying to do, and is prioritizing ratepayer affordability while not totally giving up our other goals.
The modifications to the DRIVE Act, do they constitute a cost saving as analyzed for ratepayers, or do they have no effect, or do they have costs?
Yeah, I will say for people of my side of the aisle and county and the God I supposedly worship, this was a hard provision. The DRIVE Act is a provision we passed a few years ago that was going to allow utilities to rate base energy storage devices for behind-the-meter use in homes. That's a very positive sort of long-term goal for the state, to have more behind-the-meter energy storage, time-of-use tariffs, things like that. That's going to help with peak load. But yes, it would have a pretty significant future cost on ratepayers, and so to prevent that from happening, we made changes to the program that will not allow the utilities to rate base those costs. We did set aside some SEEF, Strategic Energy Investment Fund money, to help fund storage devices, but instead of putting that on the ratepayers, we're taking it from this existing bank account that we have. Obviously, that bank account has a historic source, but we're not letting it go on ratepayer bills in the future.
And that's fair. So it's not going to be a subsidy on ratepayers' bills next year. The money is coming from ratepayers that had paid in based on the prior year's subsidization cost.
Yes.
Data center prohibitions, you mentioned that quickly. Is that just for one district in one place that we like to call the city?
It is for multiple tax increment financing districts, or TIFs, that are in Baltimore. They have a number of them. I've seen a map, but don't quiz me on where they all are. There's certainly one in Port Covington, but there are others around the city. They have a citywide one that this does not apply to. But yes, it is for Baltimore City and the TIFs in Baltimore City. And that's because they came and made the case to us that they didn't think a data center was something that should be benefiting from the tax increment financing model that we've had some discussion here, I know in your committee, in the past. And so we were open to that. If other counties want to come forward to make a similar sort of argument, we're here every year. There are TIFs in my county that may also want a similar treatment in the future.
To my understanding of data centers, I've never actually really seen one because we have so few in Maryland, and probably after this bill we'll have none. I guess maybe the one in Frederick will get finalized. I've never seen one, but when people have discussed the economic benefits of them, what they've talked about, or what I've learned, is if you have a jurisdiction that employs a personal property tax, as most jurisdictions in Maryland do, the data centers produce an outsized impact to your local revenues. So, for example, there's a reason why Loudoun County never has a budget problem. There's a reason why Loudoun County has some of the nation's top-ranked schools. There's a reason why when you drive through Loudoun County, where my daughter lived up to a few years ago, it is, and I lived right next to it for years, it's amazing how quickly they get projects done, and road projects and other things, because they have a massive amount of tax income that's coming to Loudoun County, which at the time when I lived in Northern Virginia was a county of about 125,000 people. I think now it's 400,000, 500,000. And they get that from the personal property tax that they apply, not 100%, but the personal property tax they apply. So did Baltimore City suggest that, hey, if they were to put a data center at Port Covington, we don't want it? And did they take into effect, to your knowledge, what the tax value that would be for the city, which seems to constantly have budgetary needs?
So I have to say, I always thought you were more of a West Virginia guy than a Virginia guy, but I appreciate
much more of a Virginia guy.
Interest in Loudoun County. Yeah, look, they made the case that they've put this tax increment financing districts in place that have an effect on their taxes. I mean, this has come up many times that they're, and you're on the tax writing committee, Mr. Leader, so I certainly defer to some of your knowledge here, but my understanding of how these TIFs work is that it's basically a financing mechanism and kind of a benefit to those who locate there, and they just didn't think that benefit was necessary for data centers, which are funded, as you know, by some of the most successful companies, not just in the country, not just in the world, but in human history.
And so do we have any information? I assume the data center company that thought they were going to go to Port Covington, which unfortunately Under Armour has had so many problems, it really hasn't taken off the way it was anticipated. I assume the data center company's response to all of this will be, thanks, see you later, and there will be nothing built there.
So I have no idea, and I also don't know that's the only place that a data center was going to be located, potentially in a TIF in the city of Baltimore. And I do just want to note we have existing data centers in Maryland. Actually, one of our colleagues worked in one at one point, and so you and I can go on a visit. Maybe not tomorrow, we'll be a little tired, maybe Wednesday.
Maybe next week.
And go see one.
Finally, I want to talk to you about energy sites and the zoning permitting study. This bill is going to identify 50 priority energy sites suitable for new or expanded generating stations or energy storage devices. What type of energy would be identified in these 50 new states? Is it fuel neutral or is it specified?
It's fuel neutral.
It's fuel neutral. So you're going to identify potential areas that might be good for natural gas, that might be good for nuclear, that might even be good for, I'm going to say that dirty four-letter word, coal, that, you know, everyone else around us uses, but we're afraid of. Is it possible that those sites could be identified?
We're not afraid of coal. Many private businesses that had coal-fired power plants in Maryland had to decide were they going to keep those coal-fired power plants open or convert to a different fuel because of the increased costs they were facing because the plants were quite old. And as you're seeing right now, the president trying to subsidize these old coal power plants by saying our defense installations have to buy this old product. It doesn't make any sense. But I'm not afraid of coal, and this provision is fuel neutral.
I read something the other day. Is it true that still somewhere between 45 to 50% of the energy we use in the state comes from coal-fired electrical plants?
I'm sure a fair bit comes. I don't have the precise number.
I thought I saw something from MEA that said, you know, if you turn your lights on, there's a 50% chance you're using coal to power that.
Coal and natural gas, leader, are very important sources of energy that we currently have. Doesn't mean it has to be that way forever. We don't use whale oil for very much anymore.
Do you? Well, the whale oil proved to not be very effective when they created the other oil. Unfortunately, petroleum is still far more effective than what wind power is, but we're mandating that you use wind power. But we'll leave that to the end. So it says that as part and parcel of this identifying energy sites, there will be a zoning permitting study conducted that says you'll develop recommendations on what a state-level zoning or permitting structure should look like in order to promote fast-track development at the priority energy sites identified during this study. Can I infer from that that what the end product may look like is a state process that says, and they've kind of already done this with some solar as well, you know, the PSC has said you can't have local zoning regulations to control solar depending on the size of the project. Is this now going to apply for other types of energy where the state says, hey, we identified it, we want it there, your local zoning says they don't want it, we take precedence, meaning the state?
I don't want to predict the outcome of a study, so I can't tell you what it's exactly going to mean. But yes, the idea is, are there things the state can do to allow these things to happen in certain brownfield locations? Sometimes we do this, right? A few years ago, we passed a bill from the governor that made certain preemption changes to local land use related to transit-oriented development. There's an effort to expand that. I guess going back and forth between the House and Senate right now that you had a long dialogue earlier. So we do this at times to make sure that if there's something that we think is important as a state, it's able to move forward. But again, it's a study at this point, so I can't prejudge the outcome of a study or what the specific provisions would be in a bill like that someday in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Those are all the questions I had, Madam Speaker. Certainly open it up to other people with
Madam
questions.
Speaker.
But we obviously would like to debate on third reader. I did that so maybe everybody else doesn't have to ask a question, but they're certainly welcome to.
I appreciate it. That was really thorough. Recognizing the delegate from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the floor leader please rise for a couple questions?
Floor leader.
Good afternoon.
Great to see you. I miss you in the committee. I do have a couple questions. I saw that the Senate had put in an analysis that they wanted the PSC to look at the real cost of all of our energy sources, wind, solar, and we used to use what's called a levelized cost of electricity. And they said they talked to analysis and other policymakers and said they wanted a more honest and accurate way to look at what we truly are paying for these things. Because when we talk about wind, solar, all these other things, we're talking about the transmission lines, the storage. There's a lot of different aspects to it. And reliability was a big part of that. When we talk about wind and storage and they say, well, it costs, I'm just taking this out of thin air, 10 cents a kilowatt hour. Well, that's in an ideal setting when it's 80 degrees and sunny, not what we normally find here. So, and this was in a bipartisan way in the Senate. They said, we really should look at it in what's called a levelized full system cost of the electricity. When we take in all of these aspects and we find out, okay, wind really isn't 10 cents a kilowatt. When we bring in all these other measures, we have to look at reliabilities. I'll give you an example. We can't just look at when things are perfect. You're going to hire a babysitter that's $15 an hour, but she's very unreliable, she doesn't show up, and then you can't get to work or whatever. There's a cost to that, right? Rather than paying somebody $20 an hour that shows up every day. You follow what I'm saying? That there's a difference between price and cost. And I think that the Senate looked at this very, very common sense like, and once again in a very bipartisan way said, we like this idea, and the PSC really should look at this because we want to have an honest assessment at when we're looking at different energy sources, what are we really paying? Because I know people like to quip to me all the time, well, wind's the cheapest energy around. Well, of course, when it's windy and ideal, perfect conditions, but that's not the world we live in. Hence why you guys are always fighting climate change, I guess. If it was sunny and 70 every day, we wouldn't have any of that. But that's not the case. So I'm just curious, why did the House decide in their analysis to take that language back out from what the Senate had put in?
Right. So, of course, the House didn't just decide. It's a conference report, so
Correct.
The House and the Senate had to agree. I won't speak for the Senate side. I will say partly on the House side, you mentioned there's a lot of aspects to this. We agreed. We thought it needed more work and more vetting to make sure that study was actually representative of what we needed in our energy markets and was going to provide a useful work product. And I agree with you. Intermittency is a huge issue. I remember a few years ago when all the natural gas pipes in Texas froze and they had to rely on wind and solar. And so you're right. We need to keep that in mind when we're factoring how we're going to deal with energy going forward. We just thought the study needed more work. It also had bipartisan support in the House as a standalone bill, so not the worst idea, but we just didn't think the language was quite there and it just wasn't ready for prime time yet, but I'm sure it'll be back next year along with most of us.
And I love our back and forth, but the wind farms froze up too, and so did the solar. Didn't work when it was frozen down there. So everything went down in Texas. And one other thing I saw in there was, I guess the Senate put back in the House version, if you're extending a natural gas pipeline now, the rate, they used to be spread out. Now we're asking the actual, like, new homeowners. So if you're building a new house and the natural gas line's got to come 100 foot, that new homeowner now has to pay 100% of the freight for that natural. What was the reasoning behind that we want to put that squarely on the actual homeowner?
Yeah, because what you're asking for is for all the ratepayers to subsidize that gas hookup, and we're trying to bring down ratepayer costs, so we thought that was one area where instead of having all the ratepayers subsidize it, we could have the building owner do it for themselves.
So
now, of course, that's part of the Public Service
but not
Commission.
for natural gas.
I'm sorry.
It works for Empower, where you say everybody's got to subsidize it, although not everybody gets the benefit. I know that we talk about, well, it's less on demand, but it's the same mindset, or by that rationale, I would think that would apply to natural gas pipelines as well.
Well, no, because I don't believe that the natural gas hookup is of such broad benefit to the ratepayers as reducing energy usage, which is what Empower does. So I'm not sure it's apples to apples there, but I appreciate that you're willing to cross-subsidize for some issues and not others. I agree with you. It just depends on what the issue is. In this case, we didn't think cross-subsidizing these natural gas hookups made sense. We think some Empower, not gas Empower, we're getting rid of that, but some Empower, it does make sense.
Well, my concern is, look, I really do appreciate all the work you've put into it. I know you put a great deal of time into it, but we still haven't solved the supply problem. We're always looking at demand, and I understand that. That's one side of the coin, but the more important side, in my opinion, is the supply side. We have Marcellus Shale over in Pennsylvania. That's why Pennsylvania has prices so much lower than we do. But that natural gas is a very cheap and clean form of energy, and it seems to me that we're just trying to thwart it because it's not our favorite source of energy. That's why I asked a question on the natural gas, because I think if you ask a lot of ratepayers, they like their natural gas far better than they do an electric system. That's why I think it's concerning to me that the conference didn't at least consider, all right, natural gas is a very abundant form of energy, but we're trying to almost negate it at this point.
Okay, so the hookup to the House is not really about generation. If we want to do more natural gas generation, of course, we had a bill last year that created a prioritized process, the PSC, that's still unfolding now to have increased natural gas generation. You're talking about the hookup, right, so that the individual building owner can benefit. right? And since the individual building owner is going to benefit, you're saying they want it, they like it better than an electric system, okay, then they can pay for it. We don't need all the ratepayers to pay for it. That was the position the House took. Ultimately, I guess the Senate agreed with us. Of course, we did consider all the things that you're describing. There was robust back and forth, but this is where it landed.
I just think we have a philosophical difference, and we're kind of picking winners and losers.
I agree. We have a
appreciate it.
philosophical difference.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Well,
Madam Speaker.
recognizing, at some point, I'm going to call the roll, and you just have to explain your vote, okay? Because look at the time already, people are hungry, and we still have a lot more, and we have really spent a lot of time on this respectfully. I'm going to call the lady from Carroll, okay, and the gentleman from Southern Maryland, and then I'm going to call the roll, all right? The gentleman.
Madam Speaker, I have a list of questions about the bill.
You have a list of questions about the bill.
Yes, I'd like to also have an opportunity.
Well, you will be the last one.
Thank you.
Okay? Recognizing the lady from Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had a question, please, for the chair of the committee.
The chair of the committee.
I was taking notes, and I'm very interested in the last piece. I think the last one, the energy siting, zoning, permitting study. Can you walk me through that a little bit with relation to the community solar? So when we passed the community solar, we had to accept, is it 5% of community solar, even if local zoning doesn't want it? Originally it was 10, and then we reduced it to 5, right?
Right. So last year, as part of the, I believe it was called the Energy Certainty Act, we said in preservation priority areas, so it's not everywhere, but in preservation priority areas, there would be a 5% cap on solar on in those areas. Yes.
Okay. So when you were talking about, so that's already in place, that's not changing.
Correct.
Okay. So when you were talking about this zoning permitting study, you mentioned brownfields. Will the state only override local zoning rules or decisions on putting it there? Will the locals be able to say no if it's, explain the brownfields part to me, please.
As I explained to the minority leader, this is a study, so I can't sit here and tell you what the state will be able to do, what they won't be able to do, what locals will be able to do, what they won't be able to do. That, if it comes back with a report that members of the General Assembly find of interest and want to introduce as a bill, that will be debated then. This is a study, so I can't say this will do this or that to the locals or to the state government. It's a study.
So right now there's nothing in this bill that will mandate that locals, the state will override local decisions on future large solar projects.
There is nothing in this bill that does what you just described. There is this narrow study provision related to brownfields.
Brownfields only. It won't be expanded beyond that.
If I remember the exact language correctly in the bill, it is brownfields only.
All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Gentleman from Southern Maryland, then the lady from Baltimore County will be the last one, okay?
Thank you,
Gentleman
Madam
from
Speaker.
Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also
Thank
have
you.
a couple of questions.
Floor leader.
I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. Yeah, it is. My question is, does the bill, and you did speak to this a little bit, but I just wanted to speak to it about it a little bit more in detail. Does this bill address land use issues as it deals with data centers?
I think the only way it addresses land use issues as it deals with data centers is the TIF Baltimore provision that we just described in some detail. It doesn't alter, for example, what local governments can do if they so choose regarding data centers. So if a local government, say Calvert County, wanted to have a moratorium on data centers, nothing in this bill alters that.
Yeah, we're trying to do that, but that's what I'm asking. Because if the bill dealt with land use issues, then that probably wouldn't be a single subject matter, I would think, right? Wouldn't be a single subject for the bill?
Not if it was related to energy.
Interesting. Even though it deals with siting of data centers?
I don't think there's a single subject issue. Obviously, the Attorney General, like every bill we pass, will have a chance to opine on it, and of course, someone can sue under that theory as well. But I look at this and I feel very confident it's all related to the issue of energy and affordability for Maryland ratepayers.
Because the bill provides for data centers, and it effectively says that they are prohibited in Baltimore City in the TIF zones, as you've already discussed, right? But there's an exception in the bill And the bill says that in Baltimore City, they're allowed in citywide affordable housing development districts.
Yeah, that's because that's a citywide TIF, and the folks in Baltimore who came to advocate for this did not ask for a ban on all data centers in Baltimore. Now, I don't know the details of how that tax increment financing district works, but it's a little bit different than most tax increment financing districts, which are more localized. For example, in my county, we have one in the Chair of Ways and Means jurisdiction or committee district, the White Oak area. That's a more localized thing. That's not county-wide, and so that's why that's treated a little bit differently.
Where I'm going with this is it sure looks to me like the data centers are being slammed in affordable housing areas. And
Yeah,
as you well know, no one wants to live next to one of these. I do not know a single person who wants to live next to a data center, but it looks like the bill is saying, well, in Baltimore City, it's dealing with land use, the bill is, as it relates to specifically buildings and data centers.
Yeah, if I may, it's because that TIF is citywide, so it also applies like in the Inner Harbor, which I would not call an affordable housing area, right? And so that's why that sort of carve out is in there. It's not to say data centers can only go towards affordable housing. It's to say that the restriction we're putting in place here doesn't apply on a citywide basis. It applies in geographically specific tax increment financing districts.
Okay, and then I've also, again, it's a very long omnibus bill. I've read it so many times. I know that you have too. Does the bill do anything, and I know this has kind of been asked, but just a direct question, does the bill do anything to address the most important issue of the day, which is to immediately increase supply in some way, like reopening closed power plants?
Thanks for the question. It does do things to help with supply. For example, there are these reverse auctions to get renewable energy projects in the state of Maryland that are actually being affected right now by problems with financing because of the tax changes the minority leader mentioned over the finish line. It allows a change to adjacent parcels and where solar can be deployed there and a few other provisions. So actually it does do quite a bit related to generation. It might not do what you want related to generation, but it does do quite a bit related to generation.
But I'm sure we would all agree that we need generation yesterday. So my question is, does the bill that the conference committee put together and agreed upon, does it address reopening the closed power plants so as to address the supply shortage in Maryland today?
The only way I can imagine the bill doing that is if we had a government takeover of that power plant that was shut down by a private merchant generator and said, we are reopening you, so reopening the plant. So if you want to join with me next year on a government-owned power plant project, that is of great interest to me and my county and my district. I'm not sure it's as great an interest to your county and your district, but maybe we can find some common ground.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what that comment was, but I would just say that
we don't control merchant generators. That's what that comment was. So we can't order anybody to turn something back on or back off. And of course, as you know, many of them are actually still on under the reliability must run provisions from FERC. But as a state government, we can't order a power plant on or off. What we could do potentially is take ownership of a power plant and then operate it. And maybe you and I can find some common ground in doing that in a future session.
Yeah, we know how well the government runs things in this state, so I'm sure that would really turn out
Okay, so you don't want to do that in this bill?
No, I want to just have them reopen and stop closing them.
Yeah, the state government does not open and close plants, Delegate.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know that you're forcing them to close, not you specifically, to be fair, but the majority party has forced them to be closed on the premise of climate change, which of course is...
As I recall, a number of those plants announced their plans to close under a governor from the minority party, so I'm not sure what the party has to do with it, but appreciate your comments.
Yeah, you know, we've seen so many plants close and we have a supply shortage. So I guess the next question is, I mean, we can engage in that rhetoric all we want, but we know.
Delegate, I really have to move on. I'm trying really hard not to allow it. Thank you.
Thank you. My last question, Madam Speaker, is does the bill provide for the elimination of the 30% of your bill is taxes, hidden and unhidden? Does the bill get rid of them?
It temporarily reduces the Empower surcharge for electricity and removes the gas and power surcharge, so it does not do everything you want, but it does lower those fees as they will appear on your bill.
So generally speaking, the RGGI taxes and the offshore wind and power has been modified a little bit, but the environmental surcharge, the EUSP, the grid infrastructure mandates, the franchise tax, congestion and capacity charges, those all obviously are still very much part of the bill.
So one, many of those aren't taxes. Two, many of those are very important. We want to provide resources for low-income individuals to have access to electricity. We want the power plant research program to be able to review certificates of public convenience and necessity. But we do make some changes, but yes, I will acknowledge it doesn't do as much as you might like.
Thank you. Okay. So, Madam Speaker, just on the bill real quickly, the bill does not, this bill, House Bill 1532, it does not reduce people's electricity bills whatsoever. This piece of legislation doesn't really address it. We could have just gotten rid of the 30% of taxes that are on your bill, the hidden and unhidden taxes. That hasn't been done. It doesn't address the supply shortage we have in the state. We have an immediate supply shortage. It doesn't address that either. It's an omnibus bill that, for the most part, isn't going to help for years, and people need the relief today. And that's why these questions are important. So I do appreciate the chair of the Environment Committee. I appreciate his answers. But the fact of the matter is this body has closed power plants over the years, and it's done so under the guise of climate change. There isn't enough supply. They've taxed and created this Byzantine system of energy and taxation that no one can understand. The citizens are confused. They know that their bills are unsustainable. My parents' electricity bill has tripled in the past 15 months, as have many of my constituents, and this bill doesn't fix it. It doesn't. Doesn't address any of those things. It's just piling on to the same old grifters who come up here for more grifting. And it helps them, but it doesn't provide the immediate relief that our ratepayers have asked for and demand. So obviously I'm voting against this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Speaker.
welcome.
I appreciate it. And if the floor leader could rise for my handful of questions.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon.
You're welcome.
Afternoon.
I want to thank you for getting me the bill and the committee report, and you know how interested that we've been in this, so I'm grateful for that, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to get these important questions out. I think the minority leader did a good job going over this 200-page bill, but I did have a couple of additional questions. So the loan fund for nonprofits, is that being paid out of the CEF fund?
Yes.
And was there any consideration of, putting for-profits in that? I mean, like car dealerships and other companies are really struggling, grocery stores. Why did you just want to help nonprofits out?
Right. So this particular provision just relates to nonprofits. It comes from the vice chair of the committee in the Senate, who's worked on it for a number of years. We do have authorizing language in the bill for broader types of energy assistance, including on building energy performance standards. I know many on this floor brought up the challenge for grocery stores with building energy performance standards. So we've authorized more out of the CEF. This is a very specific sort of funding mandate, though, that is targeted towards nonprofits.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the transmission lines that are, again, in this very lengthy bill. So there are two major transmission line projects now under consideration. One is the Brandon Shores, which directly impacts the gentleman on my left in my district, with massive, massive power lines running next to people's homes, next to schools, serious health concerns. And then there's the Piedmont line up in the northern part of Baltimore, Hartford, Frederick, counties. This bill is not looking backwards at all, so nothing in this bill could affect those.
So first of all, I appreciate the concern you have about energy infrastructure. I think it's well noted. I think we have to be careful where we place all types of energy infrastructure, right? And so we don't just want to open up a power plant next to a school or a data center next to an affordable housing structure or a transmission line through the delegate from my committee's neighborhood, right? So I think you're right to be concerned about that. This bill, of course, does not look backwards. And of course, part of the reason for that is we're constantly hearing from businesses they need certainty. And it's very difficult for us to go into the middle of something and say, actually stop, actually change, even though they've already gotten through the first part of their permits and so forth. But we are trying to create a better system going forward so that others don't have to deal with some of the things that you and your colleague have been working on in your neighborhoods.
Thank you. Yes, we are on appeal. That is not, fortunately, a done deal until April 21st, and we're hoping the PSC will not let it move forward. So Empower, we've had some discussion on that. I understand that this bill is going to create a third-party administrator of that program.
Potentially.
So if I'm reading that right, you could make a comparison to the paint tax. So paint cares come in, it's a third-party administrator that's going to run the program. Is it going to be like that?
Well, no, because the Paint Stewardship Act, which we passed a few years ago, created a new fee, right? Empower Maryland already exists. It's on your bill today. So we're trying to make it more efficient so we can actually, hopefully, lower that in the future rather than have it continue to go up, looking at what some other states have done. And, of course, our state's a little unusual because 3 of our largest utilities, the one I think that serves you, BG&E, the one that serves me, PEPCO, the one that serves most of the Eastern Shore, Delmarva, Power and Light, they're already using the same third-party administrator, and so we're trying to have the Public Service Commission see if it makes more sense, if it would be more efficient to have a third-party administrator. The bill doesn't mandate that. It requires them to sort of start the process to potentially transition us there if they find that there'll be a cost savings.
Thank you for explaining that. I hope that examination looks at the Washington, D.C. third-party administrator, which is not doing a good job of that.
It's a great point. It's because, I'm sorry, may I?
Yes, please.
It's a great point. The difference is that Washington, D.C. has one utility currently, so they're already just paying one administrative cost, right? What we have in Maryland is a number of utilities paying different administrative costs, and we're trying to see if we can get some economic efficiencies out of reducing the volume there.
Thank you. You mentioned a tariff in your comments explaining the bill. Who's paying the tariff and where's it going and how much is it?
So we have something called the large load tariff. I think that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Right. So last year under the Next Generation Energy Act, we put in place something a number of other states have done to say we want certain large load providers to pay electric rates differently than a normal commercial operation, business operation, residential ratepayer. We want them to be on a different tariff and pay their costs in a different way, in part because these large load users are driving a lot of costs that are not just the cost of using the electricity, right? It's not just the cost of the kilowatt hour. It's also the need for a substation upgrade, a feeder upgrade, all the different infrastructure that goes with that. And so instead of having that, again, socialized among all the ratepayers, we want to target that more towards the large load ratepayers so that they're accountable for more of the costs they're creating to the grid as a whole.
So the large load users are going to pay the tariff, and then where's that going? Who's collecting the tariff and what's it going to be spent on?
So I believe the way that works is it just goes to the electric utility that is serving them. It's just the tariff for that electric utility.
So
that's their payment to, you pay BG&E, right? This would be their equivalent of your payment to BG&E every month.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Because that's the first time I've heard tariff in these conversations. I'm glad you straightened that out. My last question is about the SEEP fund, which is a tax on energy producers. And if I recall correctly, at least $100 million was taken out of SEEP and put into the general fund in the budget. But I think in this bill, there's $100 million going to Empower, $100 million going to some kind of clean energy something, and then $5 million going for these nonprofits. Is that right?
Sort of. So I think more was actually taken out of the general fund in the governor's budget request. The governor also included in his budget request $100 million for energy rebates. We shifted that to the Empower pay down because it's going to save, it's going to lower the Empower bill on your electric bill. And there's $100 million for the alternative compliance payment auction for the first year. Then there'll be another year after that. And there are a few other things in the budget that this bill has to have some technical language for to account for. But yes, there's several $100 million out of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. We want to reinvest the money that the ratepayers paid, tax, fee, surcharge, alternative compliance payment, whatever you want to call it. It has been paid. We want to reinvest it in things that we think are going to help people's electric bills.
Thank you for your dedication and honesty and truthfulness. I really appreciate that you do give us the facts. So thank you. And on the bill, I would just comment that the SEEP fund is a fund that comes out of your pocket, my pocket, and all the ratepayers, and it should stay there. They should cancel that because that is money that is not the government's job to redistribute. But this session has been all about affordability. Affordability. Energy prices drive the economy. Lots and lots of things that cost more because energy is so expensive in this state. Hidden costs like this SEEP fund about 28 to 30% of your gas and electric bill are taxes, fees. But beyond that are these hidden fees. So who is paying more? These utility rates are so high. Hospitals, schools, the Baltimore County Public Schools have seen a 30% increase in their gas and electric bills. Senior centers and community living, nursing homes, grocery stores. You've heard me talk about our local family grocery store with a $57,000 monthly bill. Malls are closing, and these gas and electric bills are driving it. Small businesses like car dealerships and state government buildings, when the cost of your gas and electric bill goes up, it increases the cost of healthcare, education, and everything. This bill does not do enough. $13 a month, that's what a Chick-fil-A value meal costs. That is a discount on the fee that you're charging the public. That is not fair. The Maryland Freedom Caucus joined a multi-state caucus to look at these issues. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware is now joining us. I will tell you, Pennsylvania is the largest exporter of power in our country. Thank goodness they're next door to us, because we import 40% of our power. And without a course correction, it will be 80%, and Pennsylvania's had it with us. They've told us they've had it with us. All of the power we are importing is causing them to build high voltage transmission lines across their farmland, and it's caused them to generate power that allows Maryland to claim to be green, while we are buying power from them that is generated with coal. The Maryland Freedom Caucus had a 4-point plan to lower electric bills. We're glad that this body is taking up part of it, which is the Empower slight reduction. This program should be canceled. That money should be put back in the pockets of the ratepayers. I'm going to vote against this bill because $13 a month is not enough. There is going to be a huge, again, adjustment in July, and there will be another increase in January. We'll be back here next year trying to figure out how to lower the gas and electric bills of people across this state. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
To explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Hartford.
Thank you so much,
I'm
Madam
sorry,
Speaker.
what is it? Okay.
Don't worry, I'll talk for a moment, y'all.
No, hold on a second. You wait a minute, okay? Okay. Let people reach their seats.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. All right. You can get started. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
First, I want to thank the chair of the committee as well. Not only did he really do a great job getting us the information as early as he had it, but he actually included, as the good delegate from Baltimore County, some of the suggestions of members of the minority party and even members of the Freedom Caucus, even though he, I'm sure, knew that it was unlikely that we would support this bill. So as an honorary unofficial member of ENT, I appreciate that he included the R-Con amendment in the final draft. I really do appreciate that. That being said, I do want to echo some of my concerns, and I know a lot of these are simply differences in how we foresee the next 20 years of our lives and where we think energy can effectively come from and what our priorities should be. And I understand my priorities are different than those of the majority party, but I have real concerns that, again, we're going to pass a bill that the public is going to hope and pray is going to have real, substantive, positive effects on the bottom line for them. And this bill is sadly not going to bring that to them. And I think they'll be disappointed in us. I think this is another bill that they'll come back next year and say, you said you would fix this and you didn't. Why didn't you fix this? And the truth is that it's because we need base load production right now. And I understand that we also have to keep our houses efficient so that we don't use an unnecessary amount, but we desperately need base load production, because if Pennsylvania breaks up with us, you all, that is going to be the most painful breakup we've ever experienced, and the people who will pay will be the people who can least afford it. So for that reason, I'm still a red. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland and Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Maryland families are getting crushed. And we came into this session talking about affordability. And skyrocketing electric bills are the number one probably cause of that. It raises your grocery prices. It raises the cost of health care, education. Everyone and everything is affected by it. And we came in here saying we're going to do something about these kitchen table issues. And the two bills that we've passed, HB1 and this one. Well, on HB1, all it really did was introduce us to class warfare for energy executives. It might save a few dimes on your BG&E bill, but I represent my constituents use Semetco. It does zero for them, zero. And on this bill, it does very little. I'm glad it makes some cuts to the Empower fee. That's something we've been talking about for a while. But that program really should just go away at this point. You're not picking up the energy savings that we did 20 years ago with it. And the fact is, it's a rob Peter to pay Paul program. 17% of your Empower fee goes to paying for interest on the Empower program. The fee should just go away. This bill doubles the size of community solar. That sounds terrifying to me. And it removes the moratorium on the properties being next to each other. So you can have solar farm after solar farm after solar farm on usable farmland. Finally, it removes the Senate amendment dealing with natural gas. We need base load power. Solar doesn't do that. My constituents in St. Mary's, Charles, Calvert County, District 29, they've seen a 20% increase in their electric bill the last 2 years. Don't fall for the spin. This is just putting fair policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore. Remember, if I say your time is up, just wrap up your thought, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
First, I want to thank my committee chair and my subcommittee chair and my committee. There's been a lot of hard work on this bill this year, so thank you for that. And thank you for the honesty, Mr. Chair, on the floor with all those answers there. But I will say that I'm a no because I've had many discussions around my district about this bill. And frankly, the discussions have been pretty angry and pretty nasty at community associations in my district. When we talked about the potential savings, and there may be more savings in the future. I know some of them we can't pencil out right now. But when we talk about the $12.50 that it is in the bill right now, people have gotten downright just nasty and angry at my community associations. They think that that is nowhere near enough. As the gentlelady to my right, my seatmate has said, that's about the cost of a value meal at McDonald's now. I don't even know if it is a value meal at McDonald's now. Maybe it is. I think that there needed to be more to be done. We have a grocery store, as the gentlelady said, in our district where their utility bills were $57,000 in 1 month. That is a huge impact to the residents of my district. It's impacting the cost of eggs and milk and all those sorts of things. And I don't think we did enough there to solve that. I think there was an opportunity, particularly with, as the gentlelady said, with allowing those kinds of for-profit entities to maybe have some access to other cost-saving measures there. We didn't do that, unfortunately. And so I've got to be a no because my community is frankly pretty unhappy with this bill. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the minority leader and then the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like nothing
You're
more
welcome.
than to support this bill because I know that as it was originally intended, it sought to try to make things more affordable. But at the end of the day, it does not meet the moment. It does not solve the short-term problems. The Empower bill adds approximately $29 more a month to your bill, the Empower program. And now we're being told, well, we'll give $12 of it back every month. So we'll still cost you $17 more than normal. But give us a big hug, pat us on the back, and say what we did for you. That, to me, is disingenuous. It does not meet the moment. It does not solve the long-term problem of Maryland not producing enough energy because Maryland is wed to a theory that only one kind of energy is really okay. And that's not the same theory used in Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, North Carolina, or throughout most of the rest of these 50 United States. We are in thrall to the green activists. They control the agenda. And when the green activists say you cannot do anything that may increase natural gas, you cannot do anything that may permit coal, you cannot do anything that will speed up nuclear energy, we say yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. And we move forward. We need to focus first and foremost on providing reliable, affordable energy in as environmentally conscious a manner as feasible. Feasible in the real world. Everyone here is an environmentalist. Every one of my Republican colleagues, most of us happen to live in the beautiful rural areas with the beautiful streams and the fishing and the hunting and the trees and the walks and the parks that all of you like to go to. We care more about them, quite frankly, I think, deep down in our hearts than what you do, because that's where we're from. We love them. That's why we chose to live there. We didn't choose to live in urban and metropolitan areas. We chose to live and to stay in rural areas that have these environmental gems, and we care for them greatly. But the environmental concerns when it comes to energy production must be governed by what is feasible, not by the fantasies of the green energy activists. And that is why this bill is inappropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland, then the gentleman from Montgomery. Go ahead.
Anne Arundel, thank you, Madam
I'm
Speaker.
sorry.
It's all right. Thank you.
It's been a long morning, my friend. Go ahead.
I know.
The gentleman from Anne Arundel, who I used to serve with on the Health and Government Operations Committee.
Yes, thank you very much.
Who's no longer on the Health and Government Operations Committee.
Yes, you turned it.
And you're happy there, so go ahead.
You removed the GO and I had to go.
Go ahead.
To explain my vote.
Explain it.
But I will be honest with you, this year has probably been the saddest year that I've had being down here with constituents I know and people I don't know approaching me and saying, I can't afford my electricity bill anymore. Not that they can't afford it, but they were going to have to leave or make drastic decisions. And that's a sad place to be. I hope everybody in here can just be mad and pay your electricity bill. But there are people that we serve that simply can't do it anymore. And that is a horrible position to put people into. And I know that we get real technical in here. This is a supply and demand problem. And this bill doesn't do enough to increase supply. And number two, I've gotten a number of constituents, and I know people up in Carroll County have, people mad about new transmission lines going over top of their farm fields and their neighborhoods and their houses. And they're very upset about it. And then that's why I asked about natural gas. In the conference committee, natural gas pipelines go underground. There are no transmission lines. And it's abundant and cheap and efficient and clean. But we're hostile towards it. So for those two reasons, I just can't vote for this bill. I appreciate all the work was done on it. But for those reasons, I'm voting no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Recognizing the gentleman from Montgomery.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Speaker. I want to encourage everybody to vote for this bill. And I want to do some level setting because there's a lot of things that are said on the floor this whole session. And some of the things that are said are just not accurate. And when I hear things that are not accurate or when I hear things that are twisted, it really rubs me the wrong way. So I'm going to start out with a couple of facts. Does this reduce the costs? Yes. This bill is going to reduce your constituents' costs. Can we control everything? No. As we've talked about, most of the costs come from the PJM and capacity auctions. That is a fact. These are facts. So what does this bill do? It addresses the things that we in the state of Maryland have the ability and the power to do. And it addresses them in an extraordinarily aggressive manner, a very aggressive way. HB1, we talked about. RTO membership, we talked about. All these things reduce costs. The auction, we talk about generation. We're taking $200 million and helping to increase generation here in the state. Streamlined permitting, that's going to make it cheaper and faster to deploy. Phantom data centers, we talked about that. We don't have to talk about that more. GETS, right? We talked about that as well. How do we build a smarter grid? I could go on and on and on. But the reality is that this bill has been worked on, is a bipartisan bill that's been worked on by many people to make our costs in Maryland as affordable as we have the power to do so. Coal. We have never shut down a coal power plant. It keeps coming up over and over and over again. We don't shut down coal. Coal gets shut down because it's not economical.
The gentleman's time is up.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel, then Baltimore County, okay?
Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As someone who represents Brandon Shores, I can tell you Talon had no intentions of closing that plant, except for the fact that the chairman of the Energy Committee introduced a bill to ban that source of energy, and a wrong-minded lawsuit by Sierra Club was in the backdrop that did not take into account the actual facts on the ground that is one of the cleanest coal-fired power plants in the country, the world, actually. I can't vote for this bill, and I really regret it. When I go to church on Sunday, I have little old ladies who come up to me living off of Social Security who are being oppressed by the cost of utilities in this state. I sincerely believe that those costs are there because of this body and actions that we've taken over the years. The bottom line is we make thousands fewer megawatt hours than we did 10 years ago. So many fewer that what's offline now would power 4 to 6 million houses. It's gone. It vanished because of public policy put through by this legislature. Last year, I had to crowdfund to pay off a retired veteran's back due what they owed to the power company because he just couldn't do it, and the fines and fees added up. The addiction on green energy is why our bills are what they are. The addiction to stealing agricultural land, raping agricultural land to worship the great green God at the expense of the beauty, at expense of the culture, and frankly, when you eliminate agricultural land, you never get it back. This legislature is making a concerted effort to eliminate agricultural land.
Time is up. Thank you
Madam
so
Speaker.
much. The gentleman from Baltimore County, you have to vote for me too. All right, wonderful.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Speaker. And I agree with every word the good gentleman just said, and it's very difficult for me to get up here and vote green for a bill like this today. I do think it is an election year bill. It should go much further. That's already been said by a number of my colleagues, and I agree with a number of my colleagues in the minority party. But I'm given a choice here, and that is it, simply whether or not there is some, even if a little bit of relief for the constituents I represent, who, because of this body, because of this governor, have been forced to pay more in taxes, more in fees. And if I have a choice to save them even just a little bit of money to pay those very fees and taxes, that's what I'm going to do today, even if reluctantly. Thank you.
The gentleman
Speaker.
from Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I really do appreciate the intent of the bill and what it's attempting to do. In my 4 years here on challenging bills, I've never had one that was the easiest one for me to give a red vote. And that is because I do represent a big part of the Eastern Shore. And the proliferation of solar on our fertile farm fields in Wacomico County and Dorchester County and Caroline County is just traumatic to all of my constituents on the Eastern Shore, and there's more to what we should be doing. We also have an abundance of natural gas on the Eastern Shore, and unfortunately we won't be able to tap into that like we should be able to. So it's a very easy red vote for me. Thank you.
The gentleman in the front from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm voting green on this again because I look at in my district we have seniors that can't afford to pay for their medications. Did this bill go far enough? No, absolutely not. We need to work hard and make sure we can get these modular nuclear power plants to work. The technology's there. I've actually attended a seminar, actually talked to some nuclear scientists, and they're safe. So this is something we really need to grab a hold of and work towards. But that's why I'm voting yes, because like I said, the seniors in my district, $1.50 a month or whatever could make a difference between them buying their medications or not. Thank you.
All right, the delegate from Hartford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to explain my red vote on this bill because this bill does nothing to help our taxpayers. I say nothing, I know a little bit, maybe 40 cents a day, whatever it comes up to, 12 bucks. But anyway, the main thing is because it has nothing in there that takes us away from our current policy. It continues to go down and rely on green energy, which has brought us to this point today. So for that reason, I will be red, and I'm sorry that it doesn't do anything and change us going forward. We need natural gas base load energy now. Thank you.
The clerk will call the roll. There being 105 votes in the affirmative and 27 votes in the negative, House Bill 1532, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Yea and nay, consent calendar number 13, House Bill passed in the Senate. The clerk will read the first bill, please.
House Bill 38.
So order. The majority leader, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much be considered the reading of House Bill 38, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
So order. Messages. Message from the Senate regarding Senate Bill 311. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 311, Education, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, Revisions, Amendment Number 1.
The clerk will read the message from the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments and respectfully requests the House recede from its position. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the Senate appoints Senator Feldman chair, Senator Watson, and Senator Carrozza. Said bill is returned herewith.
Move not to recede.
Okay. The clerk will read the message to the Senate.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates does not recede in the House amendments to the Senate bill and agrees to a conference committee to confer the disagreeing votes of the two houses. The Senate has appointed Senator Feldman chair, Senator Watson, and Senator Carrozza. The House appoints Delegate Smith chair, Delegate Forbes, and Delegate Eber-Soleil. Said bill is returned herewith.
Conference committee regarding Senate Bill 18. The clerk will read the bill in the conference committee report.
Senate Bill 18, State Board of Social Work Examiners Provisional License to Practice Social Work, established. Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the Health Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move
You're
to
welcome.
adopt the conference committee report.
The question before the House is to adopt the conference committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The conference committee report is adopted. Senate Bill 18 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? Okay. If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 105 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 18, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 159. The clerk will read the bill in the conference committee report.
Senate Bill 159, Emergency Medical Supplies, Vehicles, and Ambulances, Required Supplies.
Recognizing the chair of the conference committee report, the majority whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
To accept the conference committee report.
The question before the House is to adopt the conference committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The conference committee report is adopted. Senate Bill 159 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 118 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 159, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Concurrence calendar number 31. The clerk will read the first bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 1581, Economic Development, Horse Racing Facilities, Prince George's County Blue Line Corridor Facilities, and Bus Rapid Transit, Alterations, Amendment Number 1.
Recognizing the chair of the Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move to concur.
You're welcome. The question before the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1581 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 103 votes in the affirmative and 33 votes in the negative, House Bill 1581, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
The clerk will call the roll. There being 137 members present, the House is still in session. Senate third reading calendar number 88. The clerk will read the first bill, please.
Senate Bill 193, Washington County Sales and Use Tax Exemption, Target Redevelopment Area.
Senate Bill 193 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 193, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 388, Economic Development, Delivering Economic Competitiveness for Advancing Development Efforts, Decade Act.
Senate Bill 388 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 125 votes in the affirmative and 10 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 388, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 720, Education, Artificial Intelligence Guidelines, Professional Development, and Collaborative Artificial Intelligence Ready Schools Act.
Senate Bill 720 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 129 votes in the affirmative and 8 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 720, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 904, Education, Public Schools, Professional Development.
Senate Bill 904 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 102 votes in the affirmative and 35 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 904, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Madam Speaker?
Yes. Recognizing the lady from Prince George's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I'd like to be recorded in the yay for HB 1581.
Thank you. Remember to bring in your yellow slip, recognizing the gentleman from Western Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I'd like to be recorded in the red on Senate Bill 18.
Anyone else for vote change? Recognizing the delegate from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I'd like to be recorded in the red on House Bill 1532. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else for vote change? Thank you so much for your patience. Okay, we'll give you a break in just a little bit. Senate Bill, let's do Senate third reading calendar number 66, please.
Senate Bill 242, Modernizing Civil Relief for Service Members Act.
Senate Bill 242 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 135 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 242, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next one, please.
Senate Bill 420, Public Institutions of Higher Education, Pregnant and Parenting Students, Plan and Reporting.
Senate Bill 420 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 103 votes in the affirmative and 33 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 420, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next one, please.
Senate Bill 461, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, Heat and Eat Program, Eligibility.
Senate Bill 461 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative and 3 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 461, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will be so kind and call the next one, please.
Senate Bill 762, Horse Racing Racetrack Facility Renewal Grant account grants, alterations.
Senate Bill 762 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 762, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 807, alcoholic beverages, Class 8 farm brewery licenses.
Senate Bill number 807 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 135 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 807, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 852, Anne Arundel County alcoholic beverages, barbershop and beauty salon license.
Senate Bill number 852 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 138 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 852, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. We're going to vote change?
Vote change.
Recognizing the lady from Baltimore County.
Thank you,
You're
Madam
welcome.
Speaker. Senate Bill 461 to yes.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Senate Bill 461 TA, please.
Anyone else for vote change? All right, Senate third reading calendar number 71. The clerk will read the first bill, please.
Senate Bill 189, municipalities, open drainage inlets, required grading systems, Mason's Law.
Senate Bill number 189 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 138 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 189, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Senate Bill, the clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 578, public safety, Department of State Police, police-initiated towing alterations.
Senate Bill 578 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 138 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 578, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 625, carbon dioxide capture, removal, and sequestration projects, regulations and standards.
Senate Bill 625 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 110 votes in the affirmative and 25 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 625, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 719, sewage sludge, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, regulation.
Senate Bill 719 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 129 votes in the affirmative and 8 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 719, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will call the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 739, climate change, homeowners insurance, and emergency management study.
Senate Bill 739 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 103 votes in the affirmative and 35 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 739, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will call the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 820, alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis commission, unauthorized consumable products, enforcement and seizure.
The system is down?
It's down, yeah.
Okay, let's give it a minute. Let me know when it's up again, please. Thanks for letting us know. Any vote change, meanwhile, from anyone? Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
And Madam Speaker, former Delegate Cluster is above the Speaker. Let's give him a round of applause.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And everyone that's in the gallery observing, welcome to the House. Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
I have a vote change on HB 817 to red, please.
Remember to turn in your yellow slip. Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On HB 739 to red, please.
All right. Remember to turn in your yellow slip. Recognizing the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While we're waiting for the people's computers to work,
It's working now.
Is it working now? I
Yes.
was just going to introduce the gentleman from Lebanon, the one, the only. He's still alive and he's lurking. You already got introduced once?
Yes.
The man almost died last year. Give him applause again. Come on.
All right. Let's go to Senate Bill number 820. It's on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
The clerk will take the call. There being 133 votes in the affirmative and 3 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 820, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Let's go to Senate third calendar reading number 77, please. The clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 204, Public Schools Maryland Civic Excellence Program established.
Senate Bill number 204 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 137 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 204, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 489, Health Occupations Physicians trained in foreign countries, exemption from educational requirements and limited license.
Senate Bill 489 is on third
Madam
reading and
Speaker.
final passage.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I have an amendment.
1 second, let me just read it. Are there any amendments to the bill to its title? Is there any debate? Recognizing the lady from Howard.
Thank you very much. Amendment number is 633627.
Amendment number 1.
The amendment will remove a committee amendment regarding travel doctors for visiting sports teams, and I would ask for the amendment to be moved.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 120 votes in the affirmative and 9 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 489, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will call the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 890, Insurance, Captive Insurers, Premium Receipts Tax Moratorium and Study.
Senate Bill number 890 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 137 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 890, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 898, Maryland Medical Assistance Program, Registered Behavior Technicians, Reimbursement.
Senate Bill 898 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 898, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will be so kind and read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 947, Maryland Transit Administration Reform Act.
Senate Bill number 947 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 105 votes in the affirmative and 32 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 947, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
House
welcome.
Bill 1523 to read, please.
Thank you so much. Remember to turn in your yellow slip. Recognizing the lady from Baltimore County.
Thank you. Sorry, it's going too fast. Senate Bill 820 to yes.
The gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senate Bill 820 to yay, please.
Anyone else for vote change? All right, seeing none. Those of you that are following, we're going to go to Senate third reading calendar number 79. And we're going to start with the first bill, which the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 111, Vehicle Laws, Out-of-State Vehicles, Improper Registration.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. It is 953523/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move such be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment reflects conversations with the Senate to ensure that this bill covers the types of automated traffic enforcement that we wanted to for reciprocal agreements with other jurisdictions, and makes a few other alterations to our out-of-state plates policy. Move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 117 votes in the affirmative and 20 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 111, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 187, Correctional Services, Comprehensive Rehabilitated Reentry Services, Female Incarcerated Individuals.
Senate Bill 187 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 101 votes in the affirmative and 36 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 187, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 360, Criminal Law, Emergency Response Animal, Prohibited Actions Against.
Senate Bill number 360 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 360, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 810, Immigration Enforcement, Expanding Sensitive Locations, Notification, and Guidance, Maryland Values Act of 2026.
Senate Bill number 810 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 100 votes in the affirmative and 37 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 810, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. We're doing Senate third reading calendar number 87. The clerk will read the first bill, please.
Senate Bill 16, Child Support Earnings Withholding Limits.
Senate Bill number 16 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 135 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 16, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 148, Income Tax Subtraction Modification, Public Safety Employee Retirement Income, supporting our 911 Specialist Act.
Senate Bill 148 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 136 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 148, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 335, Landlord and Tenant Discrimination in Housing for Income-Based Housing Subsidies and Positive Rental History Reporting.
Senate Bill 335 is on third reading and final
Madam
passage.
Speaker?
Yes, let me finish. Thank you. Are there any amendments to the bills to its title? Is there any debate? Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Could the floor leader rise?
Floor leader, please.
Good afternoon.
So does this, good afternoon, does this bill eliminate the use of credit score?
No.
So can you tell me what the bill does then?
The bill simply ensures that if you are receiving any type of subsidy from the government to help cover your housing, that whatever your income level was before that can't be used against you in assessing whether or not you're able to live in that house or that space.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yep.
You're welcome. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 101 votes in the affirmative and 34 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 335, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 937, Landlord and Tenant Residential Leases, Prospective Tenant Criminal History Records Check, Maryland Fair Chance Housing Act.
Senate Bill number 937 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? Recognizing the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an
You're
amendment
welcome.
at the desk. Amendment number 963321.
Amendment number 1.
This amendment replaces the 3 years with 7 years to make the bill consistent with current law as it relates to consumer reporting. Move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title?
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Harper.
Hi, I just have a couple questions about the amendment and the bill in its current form for the floor leader.
Sure.
Oh, hey.
Floor leader.
Okay, so she said that we changed it from 3 to 7. Can you tell me where that change is? I'm looking at the latest reprint, I think.
Yeah, I'll let the Vice Chair answer the exact location of the page, but it's in regards to the look back period, but I know you have the exact page number.
Thank you. It's page 3, line 20. Strike the brackets, and in the same line, strike 3, so that puts it back to 7.
Oh, it's going back to 7. Okay.
It's back to 7. So that's related to consumer reporting. It's not related to the look back period for criminal background check, which is still 5 years.
Oh, okay. Okay. So there has been some other edits to this bill. Can you just kind of give me an overview of what those? I see some new language on page 6. Has ever been convicted in another state or federal court of a crime with the same criminal elements as a crime listed in this section? Is there anything besides that that's new?
No, so that the part you're referencing is that we ensured that if someone had committed a crime in another state, that the law would still apply to them as well. And we know that sometimes laws are different in various states, but sometimes whatever we can do to match it as close to what the Maryland law is on those criminal laws. And I think some of the other things we did is that we removed the provision for a violation of a bill of an unfair, abusive, or deceptive trade practice. So we removed that portion of the bill, so the AG's office is not involved there.
Okay.
And we strike the requirements that the Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs collects specified data related to complaints filed under the bill.
Okay, so who's going to collect the data now for complaints?
So I believe there's no one collecting data for complaints. I believe that there's a issue, then the person could just bring it personally as a civil action.
Okay, so now it's only a civil remedy, and there's no government related
Correct.
complaint. Okay, that helps me understand it a little bit more. I do have some questions about the way that piece was drafted. I appreciate not questions but comments. I mean, I see how you've tried to draft it, and we have done this many times in the Judiciary Committee. I don't know if the phrase "with the same elements" is going to accomplish what you guys are seeking to accomplish here. So I'll just say that on the record. It's possible we may have to come back to tweak that, because I'm not sure how that will be interpreted, because the way state laws are written are so different. The felonies in this state and the misdemeanors are like a bloodbath. It's so hard to understand them. In other states, it really just doesn't match very well. So I'll just caution for the record that the way this is written may not accomplish the goals at hand. Thank you.
Recognizing the lady from Baltimore County, then the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Speaker.
welcome.
If the floor leader could answer a couple questions.
Just a couple.
Just a couple. On page, let me open, see which page I'm on, 7 of the reprint, it says, a landlord may withdraw a conditional offer based on prospective tenants' criminal history records check only if the landlord determines that the withdrawal is necessary to fulfill a substantial, legitimate, and non-discriminatory interest. What does that mean? Substantial, legitimate, and non-discriminatory interest.
Substantial must be your favorite word of the day.
I know, it's in all these bills, but it hasn't been well defined.
Yes, this just falls under the fair housing analysis to make sure that if there's a situation in which the landlord determines that they need to remove, if they want to withdraw it, they must still comply with some of the fair housing laws that we have at the federal and state level.
So the landlord has to then prove it, because they can be taken to court and fined $500
Correct, yeah.
if it's not substantial, legitimate, and non-discriminatory.
Correct, yeah. So there's case law around it that, I don't think we have time to read through today, but there's case law around how the fair housing laws work, and just to make sure that the landlord would abide by those laws if they are going to remove the conditional offer.
So the overall process that this bill sets up is that a landlord, a person applies for to live in your unit, and the landlord has to make a decision prior to doing any background checks. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. For certain, only for certain types of crimes. So for certain crimes, they would have to disclose before they apply, and the landlord would be able to observe those crimes. And they're listed in the bill. But just to give you a quick, short example of some of those crimes: murder, and first and second degree murder, all sexual offenses, human trafficking, child pornography, currently on the sex offense registry, have ever been on the sex offense registry, and crimes related to meth for federally subsidized housing. So there's a laundry list of items that the advocates and the landlords have agreed to, that those items there would be situations in which the landlord would have could have the right to not move forward with the process if someone falls into those category of crimes.
Any financial issues, or no? So if they
yeah. So again, if you're doing the normal process, whenever you're doing an applicant, you can look at credit score, you can look at references. So those financial issues that you are referring to that could possibly be criminal matters will likely show up in some of those other forms that landlords use to assess if someone is going to be able to live in their property.
Can they make those assessments before making an offer?
So what assessments are you referring to?
One's the financial ones that you're speaking of.
I mean, the financial, it's the normal process a landlord would go through to assess if someone could, looking at verification of employment, verification of, all the normal steps that a landlord would take. It's still applicable.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Thank you for being patient.
Oh, no problem. I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 223521/1.
Amendment number 1.
Moves so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
So when I read this bill, it really kind of comes down to a timing bill. And I understand what we're attempting to do here, and I generally support the substance of this bill for a Fair Chance Housing Act. I do believe, serving on the Judiciary Committee for 3 years, we discussed this at lengths about convictions and incarceration and probation. And I had a good chance to talk to the floor leader about this bill on Saturday. The attempt of this amendment is really to make it clear that the look-back period begins after the sentence is served, not at the time of conviction. And doing some research, felony convictions create a significant, often long-term barrier to housing, and it allows these landlords to do a blanket rejection on these applicants, which is what we do not want. With this amendment, it simply it will remove the lesser felonies would impact the potential tenancy than the more serious offenses. So if you have a lesser felony, this allows you to apply for housing. We talked about this being more of a timing bill. And what we want is to make sure that the lesser felonies, these people and these applicants are not rejected based on the criminal history or based on the conviction. And so what I'm looking at doing here is helping create more housing, to allow more opportunities, and to shorten the timeline to help these people get housing. And therefore, I asked the body to take a look at this bill, because it really, even though we see the title, this really is a timing bill. And I believe that this will help the timing for these applicants to get housing and to help them return to society. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I ask to push the amendment.
The floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
And I want to thank my good friend from Anne Arundel County for providing the amendment. I mean, this might be the earliest amendment I've ever been provided. I think I got this on Friday or Saturday, so good job to you. Unfortunately, I'm going to ask the body to reject this amendment. We've heard this amendment in our committee as well, and while on its face it appears that it might create a more equitable pathway forward, what it actually does is it restarts the clock for those with lesser penalties, for lesser felonies. So what actually happened here is, if someone was convicted, they've served their time, they've been rehabilitated, and when they get out, they want to have the opportunity to get housing as soon as possible. What this amendment would do is make them restart the clock. So they actually would have to wait even longer. So with this amendment would actually create less opportunity for housing and timing for certain individuals. And it's clear the data shows that the sooner someone can have established housing when they are released, it's the pathway to lower recidivism, give them an opportunity to be able to find good work and be a good member of the community. So with that said, I'd urge the body to reject this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Hartford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
Can the maker of the amendment rise for a few questions so I can better understand this?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, so could you just walk me through the difference if we implemented your amendment? How would an individual who's currently incarcerated, what would that difference look like?
Sure, great question. This amendment would just simply make it clear that look-back period. So they're incarcerated, their time is served, they come out of prison, they go to apply. This would, on a lesser felony, this would allow them a greater opportunity to apply for housing versus the blanket statement that the criminal history is rejected.
So how would it do that? So under this amendment, they would get out, and then what would the look back be for that? This is for the homeowner would be able to look back. What's the difference between?
So the time served would be a certain position in time. The time of conviction would be a certain position in time. And so what we're looking at doing here is shortening that window so that it allows them a greater opportunity to receive housing.
Man, this is still kind of confusing. All right, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor will signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
The clerk will take, everyone's back? All right, give them a second to reach their seats. All right. All right. You got it? Okay, the clerk will take, all right, going once, twice, 3 times. The clerk will take the call. There being 101 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Hartford County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a couple quick questions for the floor leader.
The floor leader, please.
Yes, sir.
Man, you're holding it down, aren't you?
Yeah.
So a couple quick questions. questions.
He has to say yes, you know?
No, I'd rather
be holding it down at lunch right
He's
now.
holding it down.
Well,
I hope you got only a couple questions for us.
Well, hopefully the spill sponsor hopes you can hold it down here. So, all right, a couple quick questions real fast for you. So, this bill prohibits criminal history being included in background checks for rental lease agreements. That's correct?
No, it doesn't. It does not prohibit.
And please clarify it for me. I'm very sorry.
Yeah. So as I described earlier, there's certain types of crimes that landlord be able to have to be able to use at the very beginning of the process. So if someone I went through a list of them. They're in the bill that describe those more serious crimes. What this bill does is create a conditional offer period. So if you have a lesser crime, it allows an applicant to apply. Then landlord goes through their normal process without a criminal history check, and then they give a conditional offer. And then after the conditional offer, then the landlord can then proceed to a background check, but only through a 5-year look back.
Okay, so would the crimes included in that, and even beyond 5 years, does that include things like squatting and counterfeiting of lease agreements and possession of lease agreements, things of that nature?
It's only felony. So if it's not a felony, no.
So this bill would not allow a landlord, and we've had huge issues with squatting this year here in the state of Maryland. We had a woman possess a $2.5 million home in Montgomery County, go to jail, come back a week later, move back in. So let me finish. Let me finish, please.
I think I'm gonna help you though. Squatting is a felony, so it would apply. Squatting is a felony.
So any crimes relating to squatting, right now it's not a felony. The law has not passed yet. So as of right now, that bill has not been signed, and actually one of the bills is stuck in the Senate committee right now. So my question is this: as of right now, squatters, wrongful detainers, counterfeit leases, possession and counterfeiting of rental agreements and leases, as it stands today, would not be caught up in this bill.
And as it stands right now, this bill is not law either. So as it stands
I'm saying, but if this bill is to be signed, this bill would not allow landlords to do background checks to confirm if somebody was a squatter been convicted of squatting.
When this bill is signed, other laws will go into effect as well that will ensure that squatters are felonies.
We have no evidence other laws will go into effect. We're talking about this bill right here.
We have no evidence this law will go into effect. So let's go over there.
So I'm saying, but if this bill goes into effect, this will have no effect over, as the law stands today, about squatters.
I'm not going to reside on the ifs, because there's a whole lot of other ifs on other bills. So the world of bills passing, that's the world we can talk about when they pass.
Okay, so
I'm talking about this bill in the sense of the mechanics of this bill. If we're going to go into the if and other bills go into a law, I don't think that's the best uses of our time. But however, they're currently during this session, we are making squatting a felony. So as a companion bill, that would allow for landlords to be able to use squatting as an assessment tool that they can determine if a person is qualifiable to live in their space.
Thank you for answering my questions. So, Madam Speaker, on the bill, very briefly,
Yes.
Again, the bills that have been considered to make some of the squatting violations a felony have not been signed by the governor. Right, one of the bills is being held up in JPR, so we don't even know if that bill is going to get vetoed or not right now with some of the questions on that bill. Right, so right now, as it stands, if this bill gets signed tomorrow, this bill would not include wrongful detainers, squatters, possession and counterfeiting of rental agreements or leases. So this bill would prohibit landlords to check if they are trying to rent to a squatter or somebody who's going to try to steal their real property. So with that, I will be voting red on this bill.
The
Thank you,
clerk
Madam
will
Speaker.
call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the affirmative and 36 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 937, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
Senate Bill 939, bankruptcy proceedings, exemptions from execution, residential real property.
Senate Bill 939 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 127 votes in the affirmative and 8 votes in the negative, Senate Bill number 939, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Speaker Pro Tem will continue with the next couple of calendars. The plan here is to do 3 more calendars and then give you an hour break, okay? So that you can at least do what you need to do for that hour, then we're coming back. Go ahead.
Calendar third reading, Senate Bills number 93. This clerk will call the first bill.
Senate Bill 65, election law, campaign finance, exploratory committees.
Senate Bill 65 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call. 98 votes in the affirmative, 36 votes in the negative, a constitutional majority having been passed. Senate Bill 65 is declared passed. We'll get that right later. The clerk will call the next bill.
Senate Bill 597, higher education, Maryland Artificial Intelligence Partnership.
Senate Bill 597 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 129 votes in the affirmative, 2 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 597, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will call the next bill.
Senate Bill 777, labor and employment, workforce development, and local workforce development boards, local workforce solutions investment act.
Senate Bill 777 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will take the call.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 131 votes in the affirmative and 2 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 777, having received a constitutional majority, is now passed. The clerk will read the next bill.
I think the system's down.
It's fine, I'm hearing. Clerk will call the next bill.
Senate Bill 1007, prior authorizations of state debt alterations.
Senate Bill 1007 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Would anyone like to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 134 votes in the affirmative and 2 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 1007, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next. Clerk will go to calendar of third reading, Senate Bills number 94. The clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 153, election law, campaign finance entities, oversight and control of campaign funds.
Senate Bill 153 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate?
Mr. Speaker, before you call it, the last bill I didn't vote. I want to be in the green, please.
All right. What bill number? 1007, perhaps? All right, Senate Bill 1007. Again, we're on Senate Bill 153. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their votes? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 105 votes in the affirmative, 32 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 153, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed, and the clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 459, Procurement, Advertising, Maryland News Organizations, Local News for Maryland Communities Act of 2026.
Senate Bill 459 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? The delegate from Harford County.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Could the floor leader just give us a little quick review of what this bill does?
Good afternoon.
Floor leader.
Hi, friend.
Hi. So this bill sets a goal for state agencies that when they're already spending money on advertising, the goal should be that at least half of that money goes to Maryland outlets covering Maryland.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. And what was it was just a jobs reason you wanted
Well, the idea is that right now, especially with some federal money now missing for news outlets, we want to make sure that the news outlets that are actually covering our communities, that are trying to root out corruption, that are covering our school boards, that are doing the work that actually have Maryland journalists here covering Maryland, we want to make sure they at least get half the money instead of that money increasingly going to big tech companies.
Okay, and then how you can tell me, are most of our news organizations 501c3s, and does this restrict it to just 501c3s, or is it for profit as well?
It's any type of news organization. There's an additional requirement for a 501c3, which is that it has to list Maryland coverage in its statement of purpose.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it would apply to literally anybody, even if it's a for-profit?
There are some definitions in the bill about qualifying organizations, how they have to basically be located in Maryland or have Maryland employees to make sure they're sufficiently Maryland. But in terms of the structure of the organization, it's broadly applicable.
So I'll just throw out, so would the Baltimore Sun be included? Would they be eligible for this?
Yes.
Okay, and how about Sinclair Broadcasting broadly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 129 votes in the affirmative, 7 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 459, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. The clerk will call the next bill.
Senate Bill 665, Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and Maryland Advisory Council on Deaf and Hard of Hearing, renaming.
Senate Bill 665 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 136 votes in the affirmative and no votes in the negative, Senate Bill 665, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will call the next bill.
Senate Bill 803, Alcoholic Beverages, Class 3 Wineries and Class 4 Limited Wineries, Bulk Wine, and Pumice Brandy.
Senate Bill 803 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There be 135 votes in the affirmative and no votes in the negative. Senate Bill 803, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Mr. Speaker.
Vote changes. Gentleman from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Senate Bill 153 from yea to nay.
Delegate from Prince George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote change. House Bill 65, or was it Senate Bill? Senate Bill, thank you. 65 from nay to yea to green. Thank you.
Delegate from Calvert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1007 to red.
Delegate from Harford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 939 to green.
Delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 461, I wanted to make sure I was in the green.
Any further vote changes? Delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 822, red, please.
Any further vote changes? Calendar, third reading, Senate Bills number 76. The clerk will call the first bill.
Senate Bill 212, Higher Education Non-Resident Tuition, Exemption for Spouses and Dependents of State or Local Public Safety Employees, Maryland Fallen Heroes Tuition Benefits Act.
Senate Bill 212 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Would anyone like to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 137 votes in the affirmative and no votes in the negative, Senate Bill 212, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 366, Motor Vehicles Intelligent Speed Assistance System Pilot Program Establishment.
Senate Bill 366 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 99 votes in the affirmative and 33 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 366, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. And the clerk will call the next bill.
Senate Bill 431, Fish and Wildlife, Endangered and Threatened Species and Migratory Birds Regulations, List, Petitions, Essential Habitats, and Takings.
Senate Bill 431 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 108 votes in the affirmative, 26 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 431, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will call the next bill.
Senate Bill 558, Chesapeake Bay Enhanced Program and Maryland Seafood Industry Financial Assistance Fund, established.
Senate Bill 558 is on third reading and final passage. Are there any amendments to the bill or to its title? Is there any debate? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Would anyone like to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. There being 131 votes in the affirmative and 5 votes in the negative, Senate Bill 558, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Concurrence calendar number 32. The clerk will read the first bill and the Senate amendments.
House Bill 1081, Maryland Transit Administration Reform Act, Amendment Number 1.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendments remove the quick take, tort caps, and procurement changes that were subject to so much conversation on the floor, and I reluctantly move to concur with the Senate amendments.
The question before the House is to concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1081 is on third reading and final passage. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 101 votes in the affirmative and 35 votes in the negative, House Bill 1081, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Message from the Senate. Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the bills and the committee assignments.
Senate Bill 504, Senator Lamb, House Rules. Senate Bill 790, Senator Lamb, House Rules. Senate Bill 949, Senator Kagan, House Rules. Senate Bill 964, Senator McCray, House Rules. By Sylvia Seeger, Chief Clerk.
That concludes the work at the desk. Committee announcements. Please listen carefully. Committee announcements. Appropriations.
Just lunch. Thank you.
Economic matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Economic Matters will not be meeting yet, so stay tuned.
Environment and Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Environment and Transportation Committee has no immediate plans to meet, but obviously stand by for concurrences and other needs. Thank you.
Government, Labor, and Elections.
GLE will have a vote session immediately following floor in the Old House Chamber.
Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Health Committee will meet 10 minutes before floor for some concurrences.
Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary will be enjoying lunch. Thank you.
Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ways and Means Committee will meet 10 minutes before the next legislative session.
Any subcommittee announcements? I'm sorry. Rules.
A reminder, as I announced earlier, Rules is meeting 10 minutes before the next session in the Old House Chamber near the statue of Harriet Tubman.
The Chair of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I remembered that just as I said it, so the Health Committee will be meeting at 4 p.m. For concurrences in the committee room.
Any further committee or subcommittees? Committee or subcommittees? Seeing none. Delegation announcements. Baltimore City Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Baltimore City House delegation will meet immediately after we adjourn out in the lobby.
Prince George's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prince George's County delegation will meet in the Silver Room right after floor.
Any further delegation announcements? Seeing none. Caucus announcements. The Seersucker Caucus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Seersucker Caucus will be meeting right after session in the rotunda at the stairs, and hopefully our newest member, our 142nd member, is still here Riley wearing her beautiful seersucker. I certainly hope so. I'll see you all at the in the rotunda under steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sine tie caucus.
So those of you who remember both caucuses, we'll change our ties and we'll go right out to have our picture taken. Thank you.
Any further vote changes, anything like that? Seeing none. Personal or guests? Delegate from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very, very brief. Just wanted to acknowledge our youngest constituent that is here today viewing our floor debate. There is, right up in the gallery, we have Kat Jackson, who is the 9, soon to be 10-month-old daughter of Kat Paul, who you all know is with CASA and does a lot of advocacy work here in Annapolis. So welcome her.
Any further personal or guest announcements? Seeing none, quorum call.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their presence? The clerk will take the call. There being 129 members present, the House is still in session. Recognizing the majority leader, please listen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stands adjourned until Monday the 13th at 4:30 p.m. The doors will be locked in the meantime. Legislative date, March 31.
4:30 p.m. The doors will be locked.